Section 1. The Prediction Engine. There is a town somewhere in America, its state never specified. Its geography deliberately blurred where the sky is almost always a pale yellow. The nuclear plant hums along the edge of the river, and a family of 5 sits on an orange couch every evening and argues about nothing in particular. The father is large and soft and frequently unwise. The mother has blue hair piled high above her head like a quiet monument to patience. The oldest child is a girl with a string of pearls and a vocabulary that outpaces everyone around her. The middle child is a boy with a slingshot and a good heart hidden beneath a talent for chaos. The youngest is an infant with a red bow and a pacifier, and eyes that hold, somehow, the suggestion of ancient wisdom. They have been sitting on that couch since 1989. The world outside their window has changed almost beyond recognition. The Soviet Union collapsed, the internet arrived, smartphones became extensions of human consciousness, entire industries dissolved and reformed, wars began and ended and began again, and through all of it, the family on the couch kept watching television, kept eating donuts, kept driving past the same 4 businesses on the same 4 corners of the same tired downtown. And somewhere in all of that repetition, in all of those ordinary arguments about dinner and homework and who left the garage door open, the writers of The Simpsons were quietly, accidentally, and with remarkable precision describing the future. This is the story of how a cartoon predicted the world, not with prophecy or mysticism, not through any particular genius that rose above the common intelligence of the time, but through something perhaps more interesting, through the relentless, disciplined act of looking at the present moment with clear eyes and following each thread to its logical conclusion. The show's writers were not prophets, they were observers. Careful, funny, sometimes cynical, often heartbroken observers who understood that the seeds of tomorrow are always visible in the soil of today, if you are willing to crouch down and look at them. Before we go any further, settle in. Find a comfortable position. If you have a blanket nearby, pull it over yourself. The light in the room can be as low as you like. The voice you're hearing is not going anywhere. We have a long way to travel together tonight through Springfield, through decades of American life, through the quiet corridors of a show that ran so long it eventually became something like a mirror for the entire country. There is no rush. The stories will still be there. The predictions will still be astonishing. You have all night. Now, let's begin at what most people consider the most famous prediction the show ever made. The year was 2000. The episode was titled Bart to the Future, and it aired on March 19th of that year. The premise was simple. Bart Simpson, glimpsing his future through a vision granted by a Native American elder, sees himself as a washed-up musician living in a trailer while his sister Lisa has become the President of the United States. In that future, President Lisa inherits a budget crisis from her predecessor, a man named Trump. The exact line, delivered by Lisa in the casual shorthand of a throwaway joke, was, "As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump." The audience laughed. The writers moved on. There were other jokes to write, other episodes to produce, other futures to imagine. Nobody involved in the making of that episode thought they were documenting anything real. It was a joke about excess, about the improbability of celebrity culture bleeding into political life. Donald Trump in the year 2000 was a real estate developer and television personality, a man associated with gold-plated lobbies and the phrase, "You're fired." The idea of him becoming president was, from the vantage point of the writer's room in 1999, when the episode was scripted, a punchline, an absurdity, the kind of thing that could only happen in a cartoon. 16 years later, on the 8th of November 2016, Donald Trump was elected the 45th President of the United States. The internet found the clip immediately. It spread across social media with the speed that only the truly uncanny can achieve, the kind of speed that happens when millions of people simultaneously feel the same chill of recognition. The Simpsons had predicted it. The Simpsons had actually predicted it 16 years in advance, in a throwaway gag that nobody had been meant to take seriously. The writers were asked about it in interviews, and they gave thoughtful answers about the logic of the joke, that it wasn't really a prediction so much as an extrapolation of trends that were already visible. Celebrity culture was already seeping into politics. Wealth was already being conflated with competence. The joke made sense in 2000 because the conditions it satirized were already present. The prediction came true because the conditions that made it logical never actually changed. That explanation is correct. And it is, in a way, the entire thesis of this video. The Simpsons did not predict the future through magic. It predicted the future because the people who made it understood the present with unusual clarity, and because the trends they were satirizing were durable enough to eventually produce exactly the outcomes they had imagined as jokes. The Trump joke works because the underlying dynamic fame substituting for credential, wealth performing as competence, spectacle overwhelming substance was already baked into American life in the late 1990s. The show just followed it forward. But the Trump prediction, for all its fame, is in some ways the least interesting thing on this list. It is the one that gets the most attention because it involves a specific name and a specific outcome and a specific date that can be compared against reality. It is legible as a prediction in the way that a stopped clock is legible as a correct timepiece twice a day. The more remarkable material, the stranger, quieter, more unsettling stuff lies elsewhere. In the healthcare episodes, in the media satire, in the economics of a town that can never quite get ahead, in the portrait of a marriage under permanent financial stress, in the way the show looked at the American education system in 1992 and drew a picture that teachers today would recognize without needing any caption. Let's stay with the prediction aspect a little longer, though, because there are more than you might expect, and because understanding the pattern of how the show made them is the key to understanding everything else we're going to discuss tonight. In 1994, an episode called Lisa's Wedding showed Lisa Simpson in the year 2010 using a device that looked remarkably like a smartphone to communicate via video call. In 1994, the internet was barely public. Mobile phones were large, expensive, and used primarily by business people who could afford the per-minute rates. The idea of a handheld device that could send and receive live video was science fiction of a fairly ambitious variety. The episode placed this technology in 2010 as a casual background detail, not as the point of the scene, but as atmosphere, as set dressing for a future that was meant to feel plausibly advanced without being unrecognizable. The writers were not predicting FaceTime specifically. They were following the logic of miniaturization and connectivity that was already visible in 1994, if you were paying attention. The prediction came true because the logic was sound. In 1998, an episode satirized the consolidation of media into a handful of massive corporations. The joke revolved around a fictional conglomerate that owned essentially everything: news outlets, film studios, theme parks, sports teams, publishing houses. It was played for laughs, as an absurdist exaggeration of the trend toward corporate consolidation that was then underway. By the time the episode aired, Disney had already acquired ABC. Time Warner had merged with Turner Broadcasting. The consolidation was real and accelerating. The joke was funny because it stretched the real trend to a preposterous extreme. Within 2 decades, that extreme had become roughly accurate. The consolidation that the show was mocking as an exaggeration eventually produced something close to what the episode described. The pattern holds across dozens of examples. In 1993, the show satirized the craze for overhyped food trends in ways that anticipate artisanal everything. In 1995, it depicted a company town where a single employer had so thoroughly captured the local economy that the workers had no realistic alternative, which reads, today, less like satire and more like a description of the gig economies. Most extreme expressions? In 2000, it depicted online grocery delivery as a novelty that might become commonplace, which struck audiences as charming and slightly ridiculous at the time. But here is what is perhaps the most interesting thing about the show's record as an accidental prophet. The predictions that have proven most accurate are almost never the ones that were meant to be the central joke. The technology in Lisa's Wedding is set dressing. The Trump reference is a throwaway line. The media consolidation episode is really about something else, about Bart trying to impress a girl, or Homer getting into trouble, or some other domestic comic engine. The predictions are in the background because the writers were most free to imagine the future honestly when they were not trying to make a point about it. When the future was the set dressing rather than the subject, the writers could follow their instincts without the pressure of needing to be coherent or persuasive. And their instincts, shaped by close observation of the present, turned out to be remarkably reliable. There is a lesson in this. The show's writers, many of them young, many of them educated at elite universities, nearly all of them steeped in the literature and social commentary of the 20th century, were functioning as a kind of collective intelligence. They read widely. They paid attention to the news. They had the particular sharpness that comes from being simultaneously inside and outside the culture, close enough to feel its textures, distant enough in the privileged space of satire to see its shapes. And what they saw, over and over again, was a country in the process of becoming something it had not quite yet named for itself. Something more unequal, more consolidated, more spectacle-driven, more exhausted by the gap between its stated values and its actual practices. They turned this observation into comedy because comedy was their job and their gift. But the observations were real, and they were careful, and they were made at a time when the evidence for where things were heading was already present for anyone who wanted to look. The predictions are not magic. They are the residue of attention. They are what happens when people who are paying close attention to a system that is under stress allow themselves to follow the implications forward without flinching. Which brings us to the question that will animate the rest of this script. Not just what the show predicted, but what it understood about the mechanisms underneath those predictions. Because the Trump joke is interesting. The smartphone prediction is charming, but what the show understood about healthcare, about labor, about the slow erosion of the American middle class, about the relationship between news media and democratic accountability, about the particular loneliness of the suburban nuclear family that is something else. That is material that goes beyond prediction into something closer to diagnosis, and a diagnosis that accurate, rendered that early, in the form of cartoon comedy, deserves to be taken seriously on its own terms. So that is what we are going to do tonight. We are going to take it seriously. We are going to move through Springfield slowly and carefully, looking at each institution and each character and each repeated joke, and asking what it actually tells us about the country that produced it and the country it became. We are going to be unhurried about it. The night is long and the material is rich, and there is something genuinely comforting about the idea that a show which aired on Sunday evenings for decades was quietly doing the work of telling the truth about American life in the form of bright-colored animation. The truth has a way of persisting. It stays in the frame even when the joke has moved on. It sits in the background of the set dressing even when the main plot is about something else entirely. The Simpsons told the truth about America for 30-plus years, and most of the time, nobody had to take it seriously because it was a cartoon. That protective layer of animation, the yellow skin, the four-fingered hands, the impossibly round eyes gave both the show and its audience a kind of deniability. We could laugh at the awful things the show was depicting because they were happening to cartoon characters. The cartoon characters could embody the awful things because they were insulated from the weight of full representation. But the things were real. The patterns were real. The structural failures and the human costs and the slow, grinding pressure of a society that kept promising more than it could deliver, all of it was real. And all of it was there on screen, week after week, in primary colors, set to a brass-heavy score that made even the saddest moments feel like they might be okay in the end. Tonight, we're going to look at those things. Not to be depressed by them, this is a sleep video, and your comfort is the point, but to appreciate them. To recognize the particular achievement of a show that managed to tell the truth, at scale, over decades, in a form that people were willing to watch because it was funny, that is a rare thing. It may even be a great thing, and it deserves more than a clip compilation. It deserves a long, slow, careful look. You are settled, the room is quiet, the voice is here, and Springfield is waiting. Before we move into the deeper material, before we walk into the hospital and the school and the nuclear plant and the newsroom, take a moment. If you're watching this late at night, in whatever corner of the world you've landed in, drop a comment and let us know. What time is it where you are? What city, what country, what time zone has carried you to this particular moment? We read every single one. There is something quietly wonderful about the idea of people all over the world settling in at different hours to think about a cartoon family from a fictional American town. If this is your first time here, consider subscribing. It costs nothing, and new videos go up regularly. The next one will be waiting for you. Now, let's go deeper. The writer's room of The Simpsons, in its golden years, roughly 1990 through 1997. Though the show's quality remained high, well into the early 2000s, was one of the most concentrated gatherings of comedic intelligence in television history. The head writers and showrunners during this period included people who had studied at Harvard, who had written for Saturday Night Live, who had come up through the particular intellectual ecosystem of late 1980s American comedy that prized density of reference, speed of wit, and an almost compulsive commitment to subverting the expected. They were not a group that took things at face value. They were not a group that accepted the official story without examining what was underneath it. This institutional skepticism applied every week to a new set of American institutions, from the nuclear industry to the criminal justice system to the entertainment business to the church, produced something that functioned simultaneously as entertainment and as cultural record. Each episode was a small thesis about some aspect of American life, dressed up in the costume of a domestic comedy about a stupid dad and his long-suffering family. The thesis was usually delivered through comic exaggeration, but the underlying diagnosis was rarely wrong. Consider the way the show approached technology and its relationship to human behavior. Across the early seasons, there is a recurring motif of Homer encountering some new technology and immediately using it in the most personally convenient way possible, regardless of its intended purpose or broader implications. He orders things he doesn't need because the ordering is pleasurable. He uses communication tools to avoid communication. He adopts labor-saving devices and immediately finds more labor to avoid. These are not merely jokes about Homer's laziness. They are accurate predictions of the psychological relationship most people would develop with digital technology, the way convenience would become its own trap, the way the tools designed to improve life would be used primarily to make life require less effort while simultaneously producing more need. The writers could see this coming because they could see the mechanism already operating in the pre-digital world. Homer's relationship with the television, the hypnotic quality of it, the way it functions as both companion and narcotic, the way it provides the sensation of experience without the substance, was already a template for what would later happen with smartphones and social media. The Simpsons did not predict the specific technologies. It predicted the specific human responses to those technologies, because those responses were already documented in the behavior of people sitting in front of television sets. There is something else worth noting about the show's predictive record, and it is this. Many of the things the show depicted as jokes have become so normalized that we have stopped recognizing them as the predictions they once were. When the show depicted a political figure who was more performer than administrator, it was a satirical exaggeration. When the show depicted a news channel that prioritized sensation over substance, it was a critique. When the show depicted a corporate entity that externalized its costs onto the community while capturing the regulatory bodies meant to oversee it, it was a dark comic bit. Each of these things has since become so ordinary that we have largely stopped laughing at them. The joke became the world, and the world became too familiar to be funny. That normalization is its own kind of prediction, and perhaps the most important one. The show anticipated not just the specific outcomes, the specific politicians, the specific media dynamics, the specific corporate behaviors, but also the process by which those outcomes would become unremarkable. The show anticipated the exhaustion. It anticipated the shrug. It anticipated the moment when satire stops working because the thing being satirized has become indistinguishable from reality. Homer Simpson shrugging and saying, "It's not my problem," is a punchline in 1990. By 2010, it is something close to a cultural posture. By 2020, it has been elevated to a political philosophy. The show saw this coming. It saw it because the shrug was already present, always present. It just needed time and scale to become a governing norm. Let's hold that thought gently as we move into the next section. We don't need to resolve it tonight. We don't need to feel the full weight of what it implies. We are here to look carefully at things and then to rest, and that is enough. The patterns will still be there in the morning. There is one more thread to follow in the prediction section before we move on, and it involves a different kind of foresight, not the foresight about specific events or technologies, but the foresight about the texture of daily life in a country where the optimistic story and the actual experience have diverged significantly from each other. The Simpsons premiered in 1989, right at what appeared to be a moment of extraordinary American confidence. The Cold War was ending. The economy was growing. The cultural narrative was one of triumph. Liberal democracy had won. Capitalism had proven itself. The long argument of the 20th century had been settled in favor of the American model. The official story was a story of arrival, of achieved purpose, of a country that had gotten the fundamental things right. And then there was Springfield. Springfield in 1989 was already a place where the optimistic story and the daily experience were separated by a significant distance. The plant where Homer worked was managed with contempt for safety and contempt for workers. The school where the children were educated was underfunded and demoralized. The hospital where the family went when they were sick was a bureaucratic labyrinth that prioritized billing over healing. The local government was corrupt in the casual, low-grade way that characterizes municipalities that have given up on the pretense of civic virtue. The media that was meant to inform the public was already in the business of entertaining it instead. These were not the features of a country at the peak of its confidence. These were the features of a country in the early stages of a long institutional unraveling, a process that would take decades to become fully legible, but whose early signatures were already present for anyone who was looking at the actual texture of working-class and middle-class American life, rather than the official narrative about it. The show was looking at that texture every week, in detail, with the particular attention that comedy requires when it wants to be more than just funny. And here's the thing about looking at something clearly and honestly over a long period of time. Eventually, what you have been describing arrives. Reality catches up to the description. The country that Springfield was already, in 1989, quietly predicting a country of institutional decay, of economic anxiety, of spectacular politics and hollowed-out civic life, of corporate power that had outgrown any meaningful restraint, that country eventually became visible enough that everyone could see it without the protective layer of animation. The show told us about it for years before we were ready to acknowledge it. It told us in the form of jokes, which meant we could laugh and move on. But the information was there, embedded in the comedy, waiting for the moment when the world caught up to the cartoon. That moment has been arriving for some time now. And if you find yourself watching a show about a cartoon family from a fictional American town and feeling the strange vertigo of recognition, the sense that this is somehow more accurate than the news, more honest than the official account, more true to daily experience than almost anything else in the culture, that feeling is not a coincidence. That feeling is the result of 30-plus years of careful, funny, sometimes heartbroken observation. This is the foundation of everything else we're going to talk about tonight. Keep it in mind as we move through the hospital, the school, the plant, the newsroom, the church, the city hall. The prediction engine was never a single clever joke about a specific politician. It was the whole show, every episode, every year. The engine ran continuously, and what it produced was not just comedy but a documentary record of a country's relationship with the gap between what it said it was and what it actually turned out to be. Now let's move into that gap. Let's start with money, because money is where the gap is widest, and the show was earliest and most precise in its diagnosis. Section 2. The Economics of Springfield. Homer Simpson earns a wage. He has always earned a wage. For the entirety of the show's run, Homer has been employed as a safety inspector at the Springfield nuclear power plant, a job he obtained not through particular qualification or ambition, but through a combination of luck, low standards at the hiring level, and the simple fact that the plant needed warm bodies in the seats of its control room. He does not love his work. He is not especially competent at it. But he shows up most of the time, and he collects his paycheck, and with that paycheck he supports a family of 5 in a house that is, by the standards of the American working class, comfortable. There is food on the table, there is a car in the driveway. There are birthdays and holidays and occasional vacations. The house itself, 742 Evergreen Terrace, is a 2-story, 4-bedroom structure with a backyard, situated in what appears to be a modest but stable residential neighborhood. This was the dream. This was the deal that America made with its working class in the decades after the Second World War, that a single income, derived from steady employment at a company or factory, would be sufficient to own a home, raise children, and participate in the consumer culture that defined post-war American identity. A nuclear technician with no particular skills beyond the minimum required to press buttons and occasionally stay awake. A house, a yard, a station wagon. The show launched this premise in 1989, right at the moment when the economic conditions that made it plausible were beginning to erode. And for the next 3+ decades, the show continued to dramatize a version of American working-class life that was becoming, in the actual economy, increasingly impossible to sustain, while never quite acknowledging that impossibility within the show's internal logic. Homer always had just enough. The mortgage was always somehow manageable. The crises were always resolved by the end of the episode. The family remained intact and housed and fed, week after week, in a world where the equivalent family and the actual economy was gradually losing ground. This contradiction between the economic realities the show was satirizing and the economic stability it was implicitly granting its protagonist is one of the most interesting things about The Simpsons as a cultural document. The show understood the problems. It articulated them constantly, with great precision and real anger. But it could not fully commit to the consequences of those problems, because a show about a family losing their house and their health insurance and their foothold in the middle class is a different kind of show than a comedy about a lovably stupid dad. So the show held these two things in tension: the diagnosis of structural failure and the narrative requirement that the family survive. What resulted was something strange and true. The show depicted the pressures accurately: the medical bills, the layoffs, the union busting, the stagnant wages, the cost of college, the endless hustle required to keep up and then resolve those pressures through plot convenience or outright fantasy. Homer would get a second job and then the job would disappear. The family would face foreclosure and then some unlikely intervention would save the house. The pattern repeated for decades, and what it communicated, beneath the surface of the comedy, was a portrait of a class of people who were working constantly to stay in place, who were perpetually one incident away from falling through the floor, and who were managing this precariousness not through savings or security but through the American talent for improvisation and the American faith that something would always work out. That portrait is more accurate now than it was when the show began. The economic distance between the Springfield of 1989 and the America of the 2020s is not the distance of improvement. The median American worker today commands significantly less purchasing power relative to housing costs, healthcare costs, and education costs than a comparable worker did in 1989. The deal that Homer Simpson was living on single income, family of 5, home ownership, modest comfort has become, for most people in equivalent economic positions, simply unavailable. Homer's salary, in current purchasing power terms, would not qualify him for a mortgage on a house like 742 Evergreen Terrace in most American markets. The show was depicting the last generation of a bargain that was already ending. And it was doing so with enough detail and enough emotional honesty that the portrait feels, today, less like comedy and more like elegy. Consider the character of Mr. Burns. Charles Montgomery Burns, the owner of the Springfield nuclear power plant, is one of American television's great comic villains, ancient, skeletal, disconnected from ordinary human experience to the point of near alien status. He does not know how much a gallon of milk costs. He has difficulty recognizing his own employees. He has been alive so long and has been so thoroughly insulated from consequence that his grip on contemporary reality is tenuous at best. He is the boss of the town not through competence or innovation, but through the accumulated advantage of inherited wealth and the institutions that protect it. He is, in this sense, a remarkably accurate portrait of a certain kind of American economic power, the power that is old enough to have predated the regulatory structures meant to constrain it, that has learned to work with and around those structures, and that perpetuates itself through the capture of the political and legal systems that nominally oversee it. Burns does not work harder than his employees. He does not possess superior intelligence or skill. He possesses capital and connections, and a thorough understanding of how to use each to prevent the other from diminishing. He is powerful because he has always been powerful, and the systems around him have been shaped over decades to perpetuate that power. This is not a cartoon version of American capitalism. This is American capitalism as it has actually functioned, described with the precision that only comedy can achieve, because comedy is the only register that allows the obvious to be stated without triggering immediate defensive rebuttal. The workers at the plant Homer and his colleagues are perpetually at Burns's mercy in ways they only dimly understand. They can be laid off. They can be replaced by machines. Their benefits can be reduced. Their safety protocols can be relaxed. Their objections can be managed or dismissed. The union, when it appears, is depicted as a negotiating entity that wins occasional battles but cannot alter the fundamental power relationship. The workers have jobs because Burns needs them for now. The jobs exist at his sufferance. The wages and benefits are determined by how much he must concede to keep the labor he needs, and he concedes as little as possible. This dynamic, the absolute contingency of working-class employment on the continued goodwill of capital, is the structural reality of the American labor market dressed up in the specific terms of a nuclear plant in a fictional town. The show understood this dynamic and depicted it repeatedly, across seasons, with consistency and accuracy. It depicted it as comedy, which meant it could be watched and enjoyed even by people who were experiencing it as their actual lives. There is an episode beloved by fans for its escalating absurdity in which Homer forms a union and leads a strike, and in which Burns responds by developing robotic replacements for the workers, only for the robots to malfunction in a variety of comedic ways. The emotional arc of the episode is comic. The underlying dynamic is a precise description of the relationship between organized labor and technological displacement that has played out in American industry for decades. The robots malfunction in the episode because the episode needs a resolution. In the actual economy, the robots malfunction somewhat less reliably. The show also understood debt, not in the abstract macroeconomic sense, but in the specific, granular, intimate sense of what it feels like to be a family that is perpetually spending slightly more than it earns. Homer buys things he cannot afford. He takes out loans with terms he does not fully understand. He invests in schemes that promise returns he has not thought critically about. He is not uniquely foolish in this. He is responding to a consumer culture that has been carefully designed to encourage precisely this behavior, that profits from his willingness to reach slightly beyond his means, that offers credit as a substitute for the wage increases that would actually improve his position. The credit card, the second mortgage, the store brand alternative purchased in shame, the birthday present that arrives on the last day before the late fee, these are the textures of a particular kind of economic life, and the show rendered them with the specificity of genuine understanding. Not sympathy exactly, and not condescension exactly, but something like recognition, the recognition of people who had seen this life up close, or lived adjacent to it, or understood from observation what it actually felt like to be inside it. The economic satire of the show was never purely abstract. It was always anchored in the specific weight of specific experiences, the moment when the car breaks down and the repair costs more than there is money for, the moment when the medical bill arrives and is more than the insurance will cover, the moment when the promotion doesn't come and the colleague who got it makes no visible sense as a more deserving candidate. These moments accumulate in Springfield into a portrait of economic anxiety that is, for millions of viewers, not satire at all, but simply description. What the show understood and what makes it endure as a cultural document beyond its comedy is that economic anxiety is not primarily experienced as a macroeconomic condition. It is experienced as a series of small, intimate humiliations, as the embarrassment of not being able to afford what your children's classmates take for granted, as the exhaustion of working without progress, as the specific texture of looking at a bill and doing math and finding that the math does not work, again this month, the same as last month, the same as the month before. The Simpsons put these experiences on television at a time when they were being lived by a very large portion of the audience, and it dressed them in comedy so they could be received without the defensive discomfort that direct representation might have produced. In doing so, it documented something that the official economic statistics were not capturing: the subjective experience of an economy that was producing growth at the aggregate level while distributing the benefits of that growth in ways that left working and middle-class families increasingly exposed to risks they had not previously faced. The GDP was going up. Homer Simpson was still one broken furnace away from a difficult conversation with his bank. Montgomery Burns never had that conversation. That distinction between the owner of the plant and the man who presses buttons at the plant is, at its core, the economic story of the last 4 decades in America. The show told that story every week, in the background of plots about monorails and barbershop quartets, and the accuracy of its telling has only become more apparent as the decades have accumulated. We are going to come back to the economics of Springfield throughout this script, because the money question threads through every other section. The hospital story is an economic story. The school story is an economic story. The story of Homer's workplace is an economic story. The money is always there, always underneath, always the substrate on which everything else is built. But for now, let's follow one of its most specific and most brutal expressions, the story of what happens in Springfield when somebody gets sick. There is a sequence in the show's history that captures the economic portrait better than almost anything else, and it involves Homer's repeated attempts to advance at the plant. Over the seasons, Homer has held dozens of jobs: snowplow driver, food critic, barbershop singer, astronaut, mob enforcer, internet entrepreneur, country music manager, and scores of others. Each venture is a brief comedy arc that ends in failure and return to the plant. The comedic logic is clear. Homer is fundamentally unsuited to professional success, and his return to the status quo is the punchline. But the economic logic underneath the comedy is something else. Homer's inability to permanently advance, to find work that pays more or demands less or offers more dignity, is a precise portrait of the structural ceiling that characterizes a particular position in the American economy. The lateral mobility is extensive. Homer can do many things, briefly, badly, but the vertical mobility is absent. He cannot climb. The plant is where he ends up because the plant is where people like him end up. In the jobs that exist because capital needs warm bodies. In the positions that offer enough to survive but not enough to ascend. In the economic position that was once called the working class and is now, in the polite language of the think tank and the policy paper, called something else because working class has acquired political connotations that make people uncomfortable. Homer's repeatedly failed entrepreneurship is also worth examining. He tries, with sincere effort and genuine enthusiasm, to start businesses, to seize opportunities, to convert talent or luck or connection into something that would change his economic position. And the efforts fail sometimes through his own incompetence, but often through structural factors that would have defeated a more competent person. Undercapitalization, market timing, the simple fact that small enterprises and industries dominated by large ones face barriers that have nothing to do with the quality of the individual effort. The show plays these failures for laughs. But the pattern they describe of working class and lower middle class people trying repeatedly to escape their economic position through entrepreneurship and individual effort, and failing repeatedly at a rate that has more to do with structural conditions than personal inadequacy, is the pattern of the actual American economy. The show is not saying Homer is stupid, although it also is saying that in a fond way. The show is saying underneath the comedy that the latter doesn't work the way the official story says it does. The rungs are farther apart than they appear, and the further down the ladder you start, the more you are climbing with weights. The financial relationship between the Simpsons and the rest of Springfield tells its own story. The neighborhood of Evergreen Terrace is solidly lower-middle-class modest houses, modest cars, modest ambitions. The wealthier parts of Springfield are present but adjacent. Ned Flanders' home, always slightly better maintained, always slightly more abundantly equipped, represents the small but significant gap between the family that is managing and the family that is just managing. And above everyone, access literally and figuratively, is Burns Manor, a Gothic pile on a hill, a symbol of the absolute distance between inherited capital and earned wages. This geography, the modest neighborhood, the slightly better neighbor, the distant magnate, is the topography of American class anxiety rendered in residential terms. Most people live in the evergreen terrace of their experience, close enough to comfort to maintain the narrative of adequacy, but adjacent to the Flanders tier that makes clear the gap, and hopelessly remote from the Burns tier that makes clear the chasm. The show understood this geometry and built it into its physical world, so that every episode was implicitly taking place inside a class structure even when the plot had nothing to do with economics. One of the show's most quietly devastating recurring bits involves Homer's salary. At various points throughout the series, specific salary figures are mentioned, and those figures, when examined against the cost of the life Homer is depicted as living, simply do not add up. The math of Homer's household finances is impossible, and the impossibility is the point. The show is depicting a version of American working-class life in which the official story that if you work hard and hold a steady job, you can own a home and raise a family in reasonable comfort requires a kind of financial arithmetic that is no longer sound. This was already becoming true in 1989. It has become much more true since. The cost of housing in American cities and suburbs has risen far faster than wages. The cost of healthcare, as we will explore in the next section, has risen faster still. The cost of higher education, which the show depicted as an aspiration for the Simpson children, has become a debt burden that extends well into adult working life. Homer's salary, in 2024 terms, would not support the life the show depicts. The life the show depicts is a monument to something that used to be possible and has gradually, quietly, become unavailable to the people who used to have access to it. And so the comedy of Homer's financial difficulties, the wrong size purchase, the impulsive bet, the job that pays less than he thought it would carries, beneath the laughter, the weight of an entire class of people watching something familiar. Watching something that is their life, rendered in a form they can laugh at because laughing is easier than the alternative. The Simpsons gave working-class America a comedy about working-class economics at exactly the moment when working-class economics was becoming a subject requiring either comedy or despair. And it is a measure of the show's generosity that it chose comedy. But the diagnosis was always there. Burns always had more than Homer. Homer always had less than he needed. The math never quite worked. The next crisis was always one episode away. The ladder had the rungs in the right places, but the spacing between them kept increasing, quietly, season after season, year after year. By the time you were high enough on the ladder to look back, the bottom rungs were out of sight. There is a particular episode from the mid-1990s that crystallizes the show's economic vision as cleanly as anything else it produced. Homer's plant is threatened with automation. Burns, delighted by the prospect of eliminating the cost of human labor, invests in robotic replacements for the workers. The workers, led by Homer, strike. The negotiation that follows is between Burns, represented by lawyers who are paid by the hour and feel no particular urgency, and the workers represented by Homer, who has no formal training in labor negotiation and whose tactical instincts run toward the immediate and the impulsive. The resolution of the episode is farcical, as it must be, because the show is a comedy. But the structure of the confrontation, the asymmetry between the side that can wait indefinitely and the side that cannot, is the structure of every labor capital negotiation in the history of industrial capitalism. Burns can always afford to wait. The workers cannot. This asymmetry is built into the economics of employment as completely as gravity is built into physics. The show depicted it clearly, in a format that millions of people found entertaining, and then moved on to the next episode. But the asymmetry remained. The gig economy, which was not yet visible in 1989 and was only beginning to take shape in the late 1990s, represents the logical endpoint of this asymmetry, a world in which the pretense of employment has been stripped away entirely, in which workers are reclassified as contractors to eliminate the employer's obligation to provide the minimal protections that even Homer's job at the plant included: health insurance, overtime, unemployment benefits, workers' compensation. The gig economy looked at these protections and found a way to eliminate them through reclassification, a legal and economic maneuver that the show, with its characteristic accuracy about mechanisms if not always about specific outcomes, had been describing for years in the form of the casual contempt Burns shows for any obligation his workers might claim against him. When Burns finds a way to avoid paying a benefit, he takes it. When there is a legal gray area, he inhabits it. When regulation threatens his operations, he deploys lawyers and donations and the political connections that wealth provides. This is not exaggeration. This is strategy. And the show understood it as strategy, not as villainy. Burns is a comic villain, yes, but his methods are the ordinary methods of capital. The show dressed them in gothic garb and made them funny, but the methods were and remain entirely recognizable to anyone who has examined the actual practices of large employers in unregulated industries. The economic sections of The Simpsons, the episodes where money is explicitly at stake, where Homer's salary is discussed, where Burns' management philosophy is on display, are the show's most documentarian work. They are the episodes that a labor economist from the year 2024 could use as teaching material with essentially no modification. The mechanisms they describe have not changed. The power relationships they depict have, if anything, become more extreme. The world they satirized has become, in the decades since, something closer to the world that actually exists. And Homer is still at the plant, still pressing buttons, still earning just enough to generate the anxiety of someone who knows, without being able to articulate it exactly, that the floor beneath him is thinner than it looks. Still coming home to a house that feels, from the outside, like the American dream, and from the inside, like a family doing its best under conditions that were not designed with its success in mind. That is the economics of Springfield. It is also, with varying degrees of local specificity, the economics of a very large portion of the actual country. The show knew this in 1989. It still knows it now. And the knowledge has only become more precise and more painful as the distance between what Homer's salary should provide and what it actually does has grown. We rest here for a moment. The economics are heavy material and they deserve to settle. When you breathe in the next breath, you can let a little of this weight go, not because it doesn't matter, but because understanding it is enough for tonight. You don't need to solve it. You don't need to carry it to sleep. Just let the recognition be what it is. The recognition that a cartoon saw something true and told you about it, week after week, in primary colors and brass music, because the truth deserves to be told even when the form has to be funny. Now, let's go to the hospital. Section 3. Springfield General. Springfield General Hospital is not a reassuring place. Its corridors are dim, its staff is stretched thin, its administrative systems are designed, it often appears, more for the convenience of billing than for the ease of patients. Its doctors are capable in the narrow lanes of their specialties and frequently bewildered by anything that falls outside those lanes. Its waiting rooms are full of people whose conditions range from minor to serious, all waiting, all filling out forms, all navigating a system that processes them rather than caring for them. This is not a particularly extreme portrait. Watch any episode of The Simpsons that involves a medical situation, and you will be struck, if you have any experience of the American healthcare system, by the familiarity of the textures. Not the comedic exaggerations, the incompetent doctors, the bizarre treatments, the insurance denials played for maximum absurdity, but the underlying structure. The way that money is the first conversation in every medical encounter. The way that the actual condition of the patient is secondary to the administrative requirements that must be satisfied before the condition can be addressed. The way that the people who work in the hospital are not villainous but are themselves embedded in a system that has determined that their time and attention and clinical judgment are resources to be optimized rather than values to be protected. Dr. Julius Hibbert, the Simpson family's primary physician, is a genuinely good person. Warm, competent within his limits, personally kind. He is also a man who, episode after episode, delivers news with a laugh and recommends treatments with bills attached and operates within a system that he has chosen, consciously or unconsciously, to accept without challenging. He is not the villain of the healthcare episodes. Neither, exactly, is the insurance company, or the hospital administrator, or the pharmaceutical representative who appears occasionally to discuss new medications whose costs are never quite discussed in the same breath as their benefits. The villain, to the extent that there is one, is structural. It is the system itself, the arrangement of incentives and obligations and power relationships that has produced a healthcare system that is, in the judgment of essentially every comparative analysis, the most expensive and among the least effective of any in the developed world. The show understood this long before it became a standard fixture of political debate. In the 1990s, when The Simpsons was depicting Homer's medical bills with comic precision, healthcare reform was a live political issue. The Clinton administration had attempted it, the attempt had failed, and the country had settled back into the assumption that the system, whatever its problems, was essentially stable. The show did not share this assumption. It depicted, week after week, a family whose medical encounters produced both health outcomes and financial stress, whose insurance coverage was contingent on Homer's continued employment and could therefore disappear at any moment, whose access to care was mediated by a series of gatekeeping mechanisms that existed primarily to control cost rather than to deliver medicine. One of the recurring anxieties in the show's early seasons involves the question of what would happen to the family if Homer lost his job. The job provides income, obviously, but it also provides health insurance. And in a family where one member works in an environment that generates significant occupational health risks, and another member has had a heart condition, and the children are children, the health insurance is not a peripheral benefit. It is a survival mechanism. Homer cannot leave the plant, not primarily because he cannot find other work, but because the other work will not provide equivalent coverage. The golden handcuff of employer-provided healthcare, the mechanism by which American workers have been bound to specific employers for decades, is present in The Simpsons not as a policy argument, but as a plot. Constraint. Homer cannot leave. He cannot afford to leave. This was true in 1989. It became more true in the 1990s. By the 2000s, it was an acknowledged feature of American labor economics that employer-provided healthcare was a significant source of job lock, the inability of workers to change jobs, start businesses, or leave abusive employment relationships because the health coverage would not follow. The Simpsons did not name this phenomenon. It depicted it as a given, as a background condition of Homer's working life, as one of the invisible walls around the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace. The billing side of Springfield General deserves its own attention. The show had an instinct for the specific absurdity of American medical billing that has only become more recognizable over time. The charges that appear on hospital bills, the per-item fees for things that any sensible system would bundle into general overhead, the administrative costs that accumulate around each clinical event like barnacles, the insurance negotiations that produce final payment amounts that bear almost no relationship to the listed prices are depicted in the show as background horror, as the fine print of the American medical encounter. A patient goes to the hospital to address a health crisis and leaves with two crises, the health one and the financial one. There is a moment in one episode where Homer, recovering from a medical procedure, is presented with a bill that is both specific and absurd, itemized to the point of self-parody, containing charges for things whose necessity as separate line items is impossible to justify without understanding that the billing system was designed not by clinicians, but by accountants. The joke is that the bill is ridiculous. The truth is that the bill is not much more ridiculous than actual American hospital bills, which have been the subject of investigative journalism and congressional hearings and academic papers and public outrage for decades, and which remain essentially unchanged because the system that produces them is too profitable to reform. The pharmaceutical dimension of the show's healthcare satire is equally precise. Springfield has pharmaceutical advertising. It has drugs that are advertised to patients who then request them from doctors. It has the particular dynamic of medical commerce in which the patient arrives already invested in a specific product, having been persuaded by advertising to understand their condition through the lens of the product designed to address it. This dynamic, the direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical advertising model, which is used in essentially only two countries in the world, the United States and New Zealand, was the subject of The Simpsons' mockery well before it became a standard target of medical ethics critique. The show understood, or at least intuited, that advertising medicine directly to patients changes the nature of the medical encounter. The doctor is no longer the authority determining what the patient needs. The advertising has already shaped what the patient believes they need, and the doctor must now navigate between clinical judgment and patient expectation in a context that was created by a marketing department rather than a medical school. This is not good for medicine, and the show knew it, and depicted it in the background of healthcare episodes as one more way that the system had been oriented around something other than healing. The health outcomes in Springfield are also worth noting. People get sick in Springfield at rates that are, the show implies, not unrelated to the nuclear plant that sits on the river's edge. Springfield has an unusual incidence of three-eyed fish and glowing vegetation and inexplicable animal mutations that are plainly connected to the plant's discharge. But no one sues Burns successfully for this. No one holds the plant to standards that would address the community health impact of its operations. The regulatory agency that nominally oversees the plant, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, referenced periodically, is depicted as understaffed, underfunded, and inclined to accept Burns's assurances at face value. The connection between industrial pollution and community health outcomes, and the way that the regulatory systems meant to address that connection are captured by the industries they regulate, is not a subplot in The Simpsons. It is part of the fundamental architecture of the show's world. The plant makes Homer sick, over time, in ways that are partially visible and partially invisible. The plant makes the river and the fish and the air slightly wrong. And the plant continues to operate because the costs of its operation are externalized onto the community, onto the people who drink the water and breathe the air and eat the fish, while the benefits are captured by Burns, who lives on a hill far enough from the plant to be personally unaffected by its outputs. This is the structure of environmental health risk in American industrial communities, described with cartoon clarity. The show drew it in bright colors and surrounded it with jokes about Homer being stupid. But the structure was there, every episode, in the background of everything. The mental health dimension of Springfield's healthcare portrait is also present, if sometimes less prominent. Characters in the show experience depression, anxiety, addiction, and various other conditions that are addressed inconsistently, incompletely, or not at all. The stigma around mental health treatment is depicted as an ordinary feature of Springfield's social world. Characters who might benefit from professional help are instead managed through the informal systems of family and community, or through self-medication, or through the particular American talent for performing functionality while carrying considerable internal weight. Homer's drinking, which is present throughout the show and treated primarily as a comic attribute, is in this context something more complicated. It is the self-medication of a man who is chronically stressed, who has limited formal emotional vocabulary, who has been shaped by a childhood and a culture that provided few tools for internal processing, and who has access to cheap and legal substances that provide temporary relief. The comedy of Homer's beer consumption sits on top of a portrait of the particular way that working-class American men have historically managed emotional and economic stress with substances, with avoidance, with a practiced cheerfulness that covers rather than resolves the underlying pressure. The healthcare system, as The Simpsons depicted it across 30-plus seasons, is a system that treats the body and ignores the context that produces illness. It treats the symptoms and defers the causes. It produces bills that create the stress that worsens the conditions that require more treatment. It is a system in motion, expensive, elaborate, sophisticated in its technology, and fundamentally misoriented about what health actually requires. The show knew this. It depicted it with consistency and accuracy. And the healthcare debates that have dominated American political life since the show began have largely confirmed its diagnosis. Homer goes to the hospital. He comes out with his condition addressed and his finances slightly more precarious. He goes back to work at the plant that is likely contributing to his need for medical care. The cycle continues. The insurance remains employer-provided and therefore contingent. The bills remain itemized and therefore absurd. The doctors remain competent and constrained. And Springfield General remains exactly what it was, a place where medicine is practiced in the shadow of commerce, where healing happens despite the system rather than because of it. We will move now from the hospital to the school. The two institutions share more than geography. They share the logic of underfunding, of externalized costs, of a public commitment that has been slowly, generation by generation, allowed to degrade without the formal announcement that would make the degradation politically accountable. Come with me. There is a quiet horror embedded in the show's healthcare episodes that becomes more visible when you watch them from a distance of decades. The horror is not in the dramatic moments, not in the emergency room visits or the diagnoses or the surgery scenes. It is in the casual moments. The moments when a character mentions a medical situation and immediately, reflexively, also mentions the cost. The moments when the discussion of treatment options is conducted simultaneously with the discussion of what the insurance will cover. The moments when a character decides not to seek care for something that probably warrants care because the financial calculation does not work. These moments are embedded throughout the show's history like a kind of documentary texture, the fabric of what it actually feels like to navigate illness in a country where healthcare is priced as a commodity. They are not the jokes. They are the background of the jokes. They are the wallpaper against which the comedy plays out. And like all wallpaper, they become invisible through repetition. You stop seeing them as remarkable because they are always there, which is precisely how people who live with this system have learned to experience it. The show's depiction of medical insurance specifically is worth dwelling on. Insurance, as depicted in Springfield, is a system of imperfect protection that exists to provide the sensation of coverage without necessarily providing the substance of it. The insurance denials those moments when a claimed treatment is deemed not medically necessary by someone who has not examined the patient and is employed by an entity whose financial interest is directly opposed to. Approving claims are treated as comedy in the show. They are treated as the kind of absurdity that audiences will find recognizable and therefore funny. And audiences do find them recognizable. The show was not inventing these experiences. It was reflecting them back at an audience that was already living them. The insurance industry in America has been the subject of enormous political and regulatory attention for decades. The specific practices that The Simpsons depicted as comic background, the prior authorizations, the out-of-network penalties, the coverage caps, the claims denials, the appeals processes designed to be laborious enough to discourage persistence have been examined, reported on, criticized, and partially addressed by legislation, and yet the fundamental structure remains. The misalignment of incentives between an industry whose profit depends on collecting premiums and paying out as little as possible, and a population whose well-being depends on having its medical needs covered without financial ruin, has not been corrected. It has been patched, here and there, but not corrected. The show understood this misalignment with remarkable precision. It understood that insurance is not, at its operational core, in the business of health. It is in the business of risk management, which is a different thing, and one that happens to intersect with health in ways that are sometimes aligned and sometimes not. When the intersection is aligned, when covering a treatment is cheaper than the liability of not covering it, the insurance works. When the intersection is not aligned, when the treatment is expensive and the patient's claim can be plausibly denied, the insurance performs exactly as its financial incentives dictate, and the patient is left to negotiate. Homer has navigated this negotiation many times. He has lost it many times. He has won it occasionally, usually through some accident of plot rather than through the merits of his case. And the pattern of his experience losing more often than winning, in a system that is not neutral between him and the insurer, is the pattern of the actual American healthcare consumer. Springfield General also has a waiting room. The waiting room is a recurring setting in medical episodes, and it is depicted with the specificity of genuine observation. People in various states of distress waiting for varying lengths of time for varying levels of attention. The waiting room is a great leveler. It contains Springfield citizens regardless of their economic station, because the one thing the American healthcare system has not fully commodified is waiting. Even Burns, on the rare occasions when he interacts with ordinary medical infrastructure, must wait. But only barely, and only temporarily. Money purchases shorter waits and better rooms and more attentive care. The waiting room is technically universal and practically stratified. This stratification, the way that the official universality of emergency medical care in America coexists with a deeply stratified reality of what that care looks like, is depicted in the show with the matter-of-fact quality that characterizes its best social observation. Of course the rich get better care. Of course the uninsured wait longer. Of course the billing department is more aggressive with patients who have no advocates. These are not depicted as scandals. They are depicted as conditions, as the ordinary texture of a system that the show's world has long since stopped expecting to be fair. The doctors of Springfield deserve their own examination. Dr. Nick Riviera, the bargain basement alternative to Hibbert, the man who will perform surgery with minimal qualifications and maximum cheerfulness, is a specific satire of the low-cost alternative that Americans on tight budgets often pursue when the standard of care option is financially out of reach. He is played for farce, and the farce is funny, but the dynamic he represents the market for cut-rate medical care that exists because the standard of care is priced out of reach for a significant portion of the population is real. The unregulated and semi-regulated medical providers who occupy the lower end of the care market, offering services at prices that reflect their lower standards, exist because the demand for them is generated by a system that has priced quality care beyond ordinary affordability. When Homer goes to Dr. Nick instead of Dr. Hibbert, the joke is Homer's cheapness. The truth underneath the joke is that a man earning Homer's salary, with Homer's insurance, facing Homer's bills, has a rational motivation to seek the cheaper option. The comedy of incompetence is built on the reality of economic constraint. Dr. Nick exists because Springfield has not figured out how to make good medicine affordable, and so a market for bad medicine at accessible prices has emerged to serve the need. The show never made this explicit. It didn't need to. The joke was sufficient, and the truth was contained within the joke for anyone who wanted to find it. And finding it over the course of decades of watching, produces something that is more than entertainment. It produces the specific comfort of recognition, the comfort of feeling that something real has been seen and named and acknowledged, even if only in the form of a cartoon character in a surgical gown doing something inadvisable with a scalpel. That recognition is part of what makes the show's healthcare episodes more valuable as cultural documents than most health policy journalism. The journalism is accurate and important, but the journalism addresses you as a citizen who must form opinions about policy. The comedy addresses you as a person who has sat in a waiting room, who has been confused by a bill, who has made a medical decision based on what was affordable rather than what was optimal. The comedy knows where you live, and knowing where you live is the beginning of real understanding. There is a thing that happens in long-running shows that depict institutional failure after enough episodes. The institutional failure stops being the subject and starts being the setting. The failure becomes the furniture. This is exactly what happened with the healthcare material in The Simpsons. By the middle seasons of the show's run, the dysfunction of Springfield General was no longer the point of episodes. It was just there, in the background, as reliable as Homer's obesity or Bart's skateboard or the clouds that never quite moved over Springfield's permanently yellow sky. The institution had become scenery because the institution had been adequately described, and because describing it again would not add information. The audience already understood. The shorthand was sufficient. This transformation from subject to scenery is a specific and interesting kind of social knowledge. When something becomes scenery, it means that it has been so thoroughly internalized that it no longer requires explanation. Everyone in the room already knows. The healthcare system's dysfunction, in the world of the show, became scenery around the same time that it became scenery in the actual world. The time when people stopped being surprised by medical bills and started simply being resigned to them. That resignation is the healthcare story's real denouement. The story does not end with a fix. The story ends with people learning to expect less, to plan differently, to carry the weight without expecting relief. Homer's household budgets for medical costs the way it budgets for utilities as an ongoing, unresolvable expense that must be managed but cannot be eliminated. The illness is treated, the bill arrives, the bill is partially paid. The next bill arrives. The cycle continues. The cycle continued through the show's run, and it continues in the actual world. And the show's contribution to public understanding of this cycle is that it made the cycle visible, funny, and familiar over millions of episodes of television watched by millions of people who were living it. That is not a small thing. That is the specific and underrated contribution of popular culture to democratic awareness, the function of making the invisible visible through the mechanism of shared recognition, of saying, in the form of a cartoon, this is what your life is, and you are not alone in it, and the fact that it is broken is not your personal failure. Springfield General is still there. Dr. Hibbert still laughs when he delivers bad news. The billing department still produces itemized bills that are both specific and incomprehensible. The waiting room is still full. And in the actual country that the cartoon was always describing, the equivalent institutions are still doing what they have always done, providing excellent medicine in the context of a system that has never quite decided whether health is a right or a product. The show decided quietly and consistently that the ambiguity was the problem. It never made that argument explicitly. It just showed, week after week, what the ambiguity looked like from inside a yellow house in a fictional American town, and trusted the audience to recognize what it was seeing. Section 4. Kent Brockman and the News. Every evening at 6, Kent Brockman appears on the television screens of Springfield to tell the town what it needs to know about the world. He is handsome, in the specific way of television news anchors, a handsomeness that has been groomed and maintained and lit to project authority and trustworthiness, a handsomeness that functions as a credential. His hair is perfect, his suits are impeccable, his voice carries the practiced weight of institutional gravity, the tone that says, "What I am saying is important because I am the person saying it." He is also, episodically, a coward. He is susceptible to flattery. He is easily swayed by whoever last spoke to him. He adjusts his editorial perspective based on which way the wind is blowing and who controls the station that employs him. He has, on at least one memorable occasion, welcomed alien overlords on behalf of the human race when he thought they were winning. He knows his role anchor, face, voice of institutional credibility, and he performs it with complete commitment regardless of what the role requires him to say. Because the role is what he has, and the role is what he is. Kent Brockman is, in this sense, one of the most accurate depictions of television news journalism in American cultural history. Not because individual television journalists are all like him, many are principled, hardworking professionals who do important work under difficult conditions, but because the systemic pressures that shape him and that shape the news he delivers are real. The pressure to entertain rather than inform, the pressure to follow the story that will hold the largest audience rather than the story that requires the most civic attention. The pressure to maintain relationships with the powerful people whose cooperation is required for access. The pressure to perform authority rather than exercise it. These pressures are as old as commercial news media, and they have only intensified as the economic conditions of news production have deteriorated. The show was making this critique in the early 1990s, when television news was still a relatively robust industry, when the major networks still employed large reporting staffs, and the concept of journalistic independence was maintained, at least as a professional aspiration. Even if its practice was more complicated than the aspiration suggested, the critique, at the time, was sharpened but not desperate. It was the critique of an industry that had important failures but was still recognizable as a functioning institution. 30 years later, the critique hits differently. The economic model that supported broadcast journalism has been severely disrupted. Local news, which was always the most direct form of democratic accountability journalism, the journalism that watched the school board and the city council and the zoning commission and the police department, has been gutted by the economic transformation of the media landscape. The newsrooms that employed reporters to cover the specific, particular, local decisions that most directly affect most people's actual lives have shrunk dramatically or disappeared entirely. What remains is a media landscape in which national entertainment masquerades as national news, in which the spectacle of politics has replaced the substance of governance as the primary subject, and in which the audience is engaged primarily as a consumer of information-adjacent entertainment, rather than as a citizen requiring material for democratic self-governance. Kent Brockman knew this was coming. Or rather, the show that created him knew this was coming, because the show understood the mechanisms. It understood that a news industry whose economics are driven by advertising revenue has a structural bias toward stories that maximize audience engagement, and that audience engagement is not the same thing as civic importance. The story that maximizes engagement is the story that is dramatic, emotional, immediate, visually compelling, and morally simple. The story that is civically important is often slow, complicated, requiring context to understand, and visually unremarkable. These categories overlap less than a healthy democracy would prefer, and the overlap has been shrinking. The show depicted this with the particular accuracy of exaggeration. Brockman covers stories that are trivial with the same gravitas he brings to stories that matter. He leads with the spectacle and buries or omits the substance. He follows the weather and the crime and the celebrity gossip and gets to the budget vote only if there is time, and there is rarely time. He treats the news as content, as material to be arranged for maximum effect on the audience that will determine his ratings, rather than as information about the civic world that his audience needs to govern itself. This is a precise portrait of what television news has become, and the show was drawing the portrait at the beginning of the process rather than at the end. It was drawing it when the process was still arguably reversible, when the structures of broadcast journalism still had enough institutional weight to resist the worst of the pressures. The accuracy of the portrait was already high in 1993. By 2023, it had become something close to prophecy. The media consolidation angle of Brockman's world also deserves attention. Channel 6 News in Springfield is not an independent entity. It is part of a corporate structure owned by people who are not journalists and whose relationship to journalism is instrumental rather than principled. The owners of the station have interests. Those interests are not always aligned with the interests of an informed citizenry. When those interests come into conflict with what honest reporting would require, the reporting adjusts. This is not depicted in the show as dramatic corruption, as specific orders from above to kill a specific story. It is depicted as something more mundane and more pervasive, as the general orientation of the newsroom toward what the owners are comfortable with an orientation so thoroughly internalized by everyone, from the anchor to the assignment editor, that specific orders are rarely necessary. The normalization of institutional bias in journalism, the way that a newsroom comes to understand, without being explicitly told, what subjects and perspectives are acceptable, is one of the subtler elements of the show's media critique. It is also one of the most accurate. Media criticism tends to focus on specific instances of bias or censorship, the moments when a story is demonstrably suppressed or a perspective demonstrably distorted. The show was depicting something more systematic. The way that a news organization's institutional position shapes its coverage, not through specific acts of censorship, but through the accumulated weight of who gets hired, what stories are assigned, what angles are developed, what questions are asked. The Murdochization of American news media. The transformation of news broadcasting from a public service obligation, with commercial underwriting, into an unabashed entertainment product designed to serve a specific audience's existing beliefs was a process that was beginning to accelerate right around the time The Simpsons was most actively developing its media satire. The show could not have predicted the specific form this transformation would take, or the specific names associated with it, but it understood the mechanism. That news organizations are businesses, that businesses serve the interests of their owners, and that when the interests of owners and the needs of democratic audiences diverge, the outcome is not guaranteed to favor democracy. The specific comedy of Kent Brockman, the way he pivots from casual frivolity to grave authority within a single breath, the way he reads copy with identical conviction, regardless of whether the copy concerns a community bake sale or a nuclear meltdown, is funny because it reveals the performance at the heart of broadcast journalism. The authority is performed, not earned. The gravity is tonal, not substantive. The credibility is a product of production values, the suit, the set, the music, rather than of genuine institutional reliability. This critique of performed authority is relevant well beyond journalism. It describes a feature of American public life that the show identified early and depicted consistently the way that the trappings of authority had become detached from the substance of it, so that the performance of credibility could substitute for the practice of it. Kent Brockman performing journalism while failing to practice it is the same dynamic as the nuclear plant performing safety while undermining it, or the city government performing accountability while evading it, or the school performing education while underfunding it. The form remains intact. The content has been evacuated. The social media era, which arrived after the show's most creatively vital period, but which the show lived through in later seasons, has only made Brockman's world more recognizable. The dynamics the show was satirizing in television news have migrated to new platforms and intensified there. The attention economy has made the preference for spectacle over substance more extreme, not less. The fragmentation of news audiences has made the pressure to serve specific audience expectations more acute. And the economic deterioration of journalism has left less institutional capacity to resist these pressures even when journalists want to. There is a scene that appears in various forms across multiple Brockman episodes, the scene in which breaking news interrupts regular programming and Brockman shifts into alert mode, voice dropping, shoulders straightening, language becoming grave and portentous, all before the nature of the story is clear enough to justify the tone. The performance of emergency has been activated. The machinery of significance is running. Whatever the story turns out to be, whether it is genuinely significant or merely legible as dramatic, it will receive the same treatment. This is cable news in the 21st century, predicted from the specific vantage point of Springfield's local broadcast affiliate in the 1990s. The tools have changed. The format has changed. The specific gestures of performed urgency have been elaborated and intensified by the competitive pressure of a medium that runs 24 hours and must fill all of them with content that keeps people watching. But the core dynamic, the substitution of the performance of news for the practice of news, was already visible and already being mocked when Kent Brockman first put on his anchor's suit. The audiences of Springfield, it should be noted, watch Brockman faithfully. They are not depicted as fools for doing so. They are depicted as people who need information and have the options available to them. And Brockman is one of those options. And they take him at roughly face value because they are busy and tired and the news is on after dinner, and sometimes it actually does tell them things they need to know. The critique is not of the audience. The audience is making rational decisions with the options available. The critique is of the system that provides these options and structures them the way it does. This distinction between criticizing the audience and criticizing the system is one of the show's most important ethical commitments. The show does not look down at the people of Springfield for being susceptible to the media they have been given. It looks at the media they have been given and asks whether it is adequate to the citizens it serves. The answer, consistently and with great precision, is that it is not. And the reason it is not primarily the fault of the journalists who work in it, many of whom are trying to do something useful within severe constraints. The reason it is not is the structure, the ownership, the economics, the incentives that determines what journalism looks like from the inside. Kent Brockman will be on the air again tomorrow. His hair will be perfect. His suit will be impeccable. His voice will carry the practiced weight of institutional authority, and he will tell Springfield what it needs to know, which will be mostly what he has been given to say, which will be mostly what the system has determined is safe and suitable and profitable to broadcast. The town will watch. The town will be partially informed and partially entertained and occasionally moved and frequently left without the information it actually needs to understand its situation. And somewhere in that nightly process, the work of democratic journalism will be partially performed and partially evaded, and the gap between the performance and the reality will continue to widen, and Kent Brockman will continue to look, from the outside, exactly like a man who is doing his job. The show's treatment of local news is, in some ways, more prescient than its treatment of national media. Local news was where democratic accountability journalism actually lived in the reporters who covered the city council, who watched the planning commission, who attended the school board meetings. Those reporters are, in the Springfield of the show, thin on the ground and easily distracted by the more visually compelling story. The structural failure of local news, the decline of the institution that most directly served democratic self-governance at the most immediate level, was well underway in the early 1990s. And the show was already depicting a news ecosystem where the civic function was secondary to the entertainment function. Channel 6 covers fires. It covers crimes. It covers things that are easy to film and emotionally immediate. It does not cover the budget process at Springfield City Hall with the depth and consistency that a functioning local democracy would require, because budget processes are slow and procedural and do not produce compelling video. The camera goes where the spectacle is. The spectacle is almost never governance. Governance happens in rooms where people read documents aloud to each other, and that is not television. The democracy of Springfield suffers for this. The decisions that most affect the daily lives of its citizens are made with minimal media coverage, which means minimal public scrutiny, which means the people making the decisions are insulated from accountability in ways that would not be possible if Channel 6 assigned a reporter to the city beat on a full-time basis. And that reporter attended every meeting and published every story. This is the accountability gap that local news was meant to fill, and that the show depicted as already compromised. The gap is now much wider. The reporters who used to fill it are mostly gone. And the decisions keep being made, in rooms, with documents, with as little scrutiny as the absence of a press corps allows. Kent Brockman covers the fire. The budget meeting goes unnoticed. Springfield adjusts its expectations downward, and the adjustment is barely remarked upon because there is no one assigned to remark on it. There is another dimension of the show's media portrait that deserves attention before we move on. The relationship between news and anxiety. The Simpsons depicted, with considerable accuracy, the way that a commercially driven news media has a structural incentive to keep its audience in a state of heightened alertness. Anxiety is an engagement mechanism. Fear keeps people watching. The news that produces the most anxiety, the crime report, the disease alert, the threat from outside the community, also produces the strongest compulsion to stay tuned, to keep watching, to find out whether the threat resolves. A news program that consistently told its audience that things were basically manageable and that the civic situation, while imperfect, was not an emergency, would lose viewers to one that depicted a world in constant peril. Springfield's news is biased toward peril. The world as Channel 6 depicts it is always slightly more threatening than the world actually is. The crime rate is discussed with emphasis on the most alarming examples. The public health alerts are calibrated for maximum alarm. The political stories are framed as crises rather than as the ordinary grinding process of institutional decision-making. And the effect on Springfield's citizens is a diffuse but persistent anxiety that makes them somewhat more susceptible to leadership that promises protection from the very threats that the media is amplifying. This is a portrait of the fear news industrial complex that became increasingly dominant in American media as the 21st century progressed. The show was depicting this dynamic in the 1990s, when it was less extreme, less organized, and less explicitly political than it has since become. The depiction was, as always with this show, accurate about the mechanism even if it was anticipating rather than documenting the fully developed form. And the citizens of Springfield keep watching. Because what else would they do? The television is on. The anchor is authoritative and handsome. The stories are dramatic and emotionally engaging. The medium has been designed over decades to be hard to stop watching. And if the information it provides is somewhat distorted by the interests of its owners and the economics of its production model, well, the citizens do not have access to a better version. They have access to Channel 6. And Channel 6 gives them Kent Brockman, which is what it has always given them, which is both more and less than they need. This is where we leave the newsroom. The camera is still on. The anchor is still talking. Somewhere in Springfield, someone is watching and thinking they understand what is happening in their world, and they are partially right. And the portion that is wrong is not their fault and will not be addressed tonight. Let's go to the school. There is something else worth noting about Kent Brockman specifically, beyond the institutional critique. The way the show used him to explore what happens to individual journalists inside captured systems. Brockman is not without principle. He is capable of anger about things that are genuinely outrageous. He has moments of clarity where the journalist he might have been surfaces through the professional he has become. These moments are usually played for comedy, the sudden indignation that is immediately suppressed, the almost brave editorial decision that is retracted before broadcast, but they are there. They show a man who has not entirely ceased to have the instincts of the profession, only one who has learned to manage those instincts in ways that do not threaten his position. The management of journalistic instincts within commercially captured news environments is one of the least examined dimensions of the media's institutional problems. The conversation about media failure tends to focus on the systemic level, on ownership structures and economic models and political capture. The individual dimension, the experience of working journalists who know that the system they work in is insufficient to the values they hold, and who have found ways to maintain their professional identity within a system that regularly requires compromises with those values, is less often examined. Brockman is the show's portrait of this individual dimension. He is a journalist who has made his peace with the compromises. He has found a way to continue working in a system that regularly asks him to do less than his best journalistic instincts would require, and he has done this by compartmentalizing, by maintaining the identity of a journalist in the performance space while suppressing the costs of the compromises in whatever private space remains to him. The performance is not entirely false. He is a real journalist, doing real journalism. Some of the time, he is also doing something else, some of the time, and calling it journalism, because the institution requires him to and because he has accepted the institution's requirements. This is the individual experience of working in a compromised institution, and it is among the most human and most honest things the show depicts. Most people who work in institutions experience some version of this. The gap between the profession's stated values and the institution's actual requirements, and the personal negotiation with that gap that shapes who you become over the years you spend inside it. Brockman has been negotiating for a long time. The negotiation shows in his face, which is impeccably composed, and in his eyes, which occasionally hold something that the composition is meant to cover. He is still good at his job, in the ways that remain available to him. And that is more than nothing, in a world where the job is getting harder and the ways that remain available are narrowing. Section 5. Springfield Elementary. Springfield Elementary School is a building that exists primarily to contain children during the hours when their parents are working. This is not a kind description, but it is an accurate one, at least as the show depicts it. The building is old and in ongoing need of repair. The textbooks are out of date, the supplies are insufficient. The teachers are either deeply demoralized or, in the case of Edna Krabappel, have settled into a kind of professional resignation that resembles demoralization but functions differently. It is the resignation of someone who started with genuine commitment and was worn down by institutional forces that commitment alone could not overcome. Krabappel is one of the show's most quietly tragic characters, and one of its most important. She is the teacher that the show returns to again and again as its primary lens on public education, not the teacher who inspires, not the teacher who transforms lives through force of personality and love of subject, but the teacher who is there, who shows up, who performs the function of teaching with whatever resources are available to her, which are not enough, and whoever sits in front of her, who are often students that the system has not equipped her to teach effectively, and does this year after year in a building that is asking more of her than she is receiving in return. Her salary is low. This is depicted directly at various points in the show. The teachers of Springfield Elementary are not well compensated for the work they do, and the low compensation is not treated as a secret but as an acknowledged fact of the institution. One of the many acknowledged facts about the institution that no one with the power to change it appears willing to address. The teaching workforce is drawn from people who chose the profession despite the salary, which is both a testament to the genuine vocation of teaching and an ongoing extraction of the value that teachers provide, a subsidy paid not by the taxpayer to the school system, but by teachers to the taxpayer, in the form of labor provided at below-market rates for people with equivalent education and skill. Principal Skinner, or rather, the man known as Seymour Skinner, whose relationship to that name the show complicated in ways we will not revisit here, is a figure of authority without power. He is nominally in charge of Springfield Elementary, and he runs it with a combination of bureaucratic rigidity and genuine, if sometimes misdirected, care for the institution. But the decisions that actually matter, the budget, the curriculum standards, the testing requirements, the administrative directives from the district come from above him, from a school district whose governance structure is never quite made clear, but whose orientation toward the school is primarily administrative and only secondarily educational. The superintendent, Superintendent Chalmers, arrives periodically to inspect, criticize, and convey the expectations of the bureaucracy above Skinner to the bureaucracy below him. Chalmers is not the villain of the school episodes. He is, like most of the show's secondary institutional characters, a person operating within a system that has determined what the institution is for and has organized everything within it to serve that determination. The system has determined that Springfield Elementary exists to process students through a defined curriculum, to generate measurable outcomes that can be reported to the bureaucracy above the superintendent, and to do all of this without spending money that the district does not have. The money is always the underlying constraint. The school's budget is inadequate. The inadequacy is chronic, structural, and has been addressed through a combination of fundraising schemes, corporate partnerships of dubious educational value, and the quiet reduction of what the school offers until the reduced offering can be sustained on the available funds. Music programs have been cut. Art programs have been cut. Physical education has been diminished. The library has not been updated in years. The science lab has equipment that the science teacher has learned to describe as vintage because broken would require a budget to fix. This portrait, the portrait of a public school operating under structural underfunding, staffed by dedicated but overextended teachers, administered by people caught between the demands of above and the needs of below, is one of the most accurate things The Simpsons has ever drawn. It was accurate in 1989, and it has become more accurate in the decades since, as the funding structures that support American public education have been consistently tested and found wanting, and as the political will to address the funding gap has remained consistently insufficient. The children of Springfield Elementary are not well served by their school. Bart is not challenged in ways that would benefit him his particular intelligence, which runs towards street-level cleverness and social perception rather than academic performance, finds no curricular home in an institution that rewards a specific kind of conformable ability. Lisa is not challenged in ways that would benefit her. Either her intelligence is too advanced for the class, and the institution has neither the resources nor the mandate to provide differentiated instruction that would meet her where she is. The average students, the ones who are neither particularly troubled nor particularly gifted, receive an education that prepares them approximately for the next level of the system, which will do approximately the same thing. The show was not making an argument about education policy. It was depicting what education looks like when the policy produces underfunded institutions operating under bureaucratic mandates with insufficient resources to serve the actual diversity of students before them. The argument is implicit in the depiction. If you watch carefully, across the school episodes, you see a system that is failing in predictable and documented ways, the same ways that decades of education research have identified, the same ways that teachers have been describing in op-eds and union negotiations and graduate school theses, the same ways that students experience as the gap between what school promised and what it delivered. The testing dimension of Springfield Elementary's world is particularly resonant. The show depicts standardized testing as a periodic crisis that consumes enormous institutional attention and produces outcomes that drive consequential decisions about the school's funding, its reputation, and its staff. The preparation for the test consumes time and energy that would otherwise go to actual instruction. The results of the test produce either celebration or recrimination. The relationship between the test results and what students actually learn is, the show implies, without belaboring, not perfectly correlated. This is an accurate portrait of the accountability movement in American education, the wave of standardized testing that began accelerating in the 1990s and reached its fullest legislative expression in the early 2000s with No Child Left Behind and its successors. The show was depicting the dynamics of test-centered education before they had fully taken hold at the policy level, at a time when the testing movement was gaining momentum, but before it had been institutionalized as the primary mechanism of educational accountability. The depiction was prescient and it was critical, in the specific way the show is always critical, which is to say it depicted the mechanism accurately and trusted the audience to draw its own conclusions about whether the mechanism served the stated goal. The corporate dimension of the school's world is also worth examining. Springfield Elementary has, at various points, entered into corporate partnerships arrangements in which companies provide materials, funding, or services to the school in exchange for access to students as a captive audience or as a vehicle for brand exposure. These arrangements are depicted with the ambivalence they deserve. The school needs the resources. The companies have reasons for providing them that are not purely philanthropic. The students are in the middle, the beneficiaries of the materials, and the targets of the exposure. This dynamic became dramatically more pronounced in American education in the decades after the show began depicting it. The penetration of corporate interests into public education through exclusive pouring rights contracts, through sponsored curriculum materials, through the infrastructure of edtech companies whose products require ongoing licensing fees that create long-term obligations in school budgets, is a well-documented feature of contemporary public education. The show was depicting the early stages of this penetration accurately in the 1990s. What Springfield Elementary represents, in the context of the show's larger portrait of American institutions, is a public good that has been chronically under-resourced, not because the society cannot afford to resource it adequately, but because the political decisions that determine its funding have consistently prioritized other things. The school is not failing because education is impossible in Springfield. It is failing because the investment required to make education succeed has not been made. The teachers know what they would need. The principal knows what he would need. The students know what they are not getting, and the decision-making apparatus that would need to provide those things is focused elsewhere on other priorities and returns to the school periodically to assess why outcomes are not improving. Lisa Simpson navigates this institution as well as it can be navigated by a child of her intelligence and temperament, which means not very well. She finds her own way through self-directed reading, through extracurricular inquiry, through the particular resilience of intellectually gifted children who learn early that the formal institution is insufficient and that supplementation is required. She is formed, partly, by the school's inadequacy, by what she had to teach herself, because the school was unable to teach her, by what she developed through resistance to the system's mediocrity. Bart navigates it differently through strategic disengagement, through the performance of ignorance that is more comfortable than the performance of effort in an institution that cannot reward the kind of intelligence he has. He is not stupid. He is missorted. The school does not have the categories for what he is. And in the absence of adequate categories, it assigns him to the one it does have, troublemaker. And he obliges because that assignment at least provides a role in a community and a set of skills that are genuinely his. These two children, navigating the same inadequate institution in opposite directions, are together a portrait of what underfunded public education does to the children it contains. It serves none of them as well as it should, and it shapes the outcomes of each based not on their potential, but on how well their particular form of potential fits the narrow categories the institution has the resources to address. Springfield Elementary is still there. The textbooks are still out of date. Crabapple is gone. The character was retired after the death of the actress who voiced her, and her absence from the show is its own kind of acknowledgement, but the institution continues, staffed by people doing their best with what they have, which is not enough, which has never been enough, which will continue to be not enough until the political conversation that determines the funding changes in ways it has consistently declined to change. The children are still there too, new ones every year, arriving with their particular intelligences and their particular needs and their particular hopes about what the place that is supposed to educate them will actually do for them. And the institution receives them and processes them and does what it can with what it has, and what it has is not enough, and the gap between what they need and what they receive is the gap that the show has been depicting for 30+ years without the gap narrowing. That gap is not a secret. It has been measured and described and analyzed and debated. The Simpsons did not discover it, but it depicted it in the specific, daily human terms of what the gap looks like from inside a classroom, from inside a kid trying to learn, and a teacher trying to teach in a building that the society has decided is worth approximately this much, and not more, and that depiction is its own kind of contribution. You can rest in this section for a moment. The school is quiet now. The hallways are empty. Whatever the children needed that the institution could not give them, they found elsewhere, or they didn't, and life went forward in either case. The show understood that both of those outcomes were real, and it honored both of them with the same attention it brought to everything else it cared about, by showing them as they actually were, in a town that was always slightly more familiar than it had any right to be. The parental dimension of Springfield Elementary's story is also important and often overlooked. Homer and Marge's engagement with their children's school is a portrait of what parental involvement looks like when the parents are working class, time-constrained, and navigating an institution that does not quite know what to do with them. Homer's relationship with the school swings between total disengagement and sudden intense involvement, usually triggered by some crisis that makes the disengagement momentarily untenable. He attends parent-teacher conferences when he is made to feel guilty enough about not attending them. He becomes fiercely protective of his children when the school appears to be treating them unfairly. He volunteers for school committees with enthusiasm that dissipates almost immediately when the committee work turns out to require sustained attention to dull procedural matters. This is an accurate portrait of working-class parental engagement with public institutions, not the parental disengagement that is sometimes condescendingly attributed to working-class families as a cultural failing, but the genuinely constrained engagement that is the product of limited time, limited resources, and limited experience of being treated as a valued participant by the institutions in question. Homer does not disengage from the school because he does not care about his children's education. He disengages because the school has not consistently given him reason to believe that his engagement will make a difference, and because the hours that engagement would require are hours he does not have. The contrast with the more affluent parents of Springfield, the parents who have time, who have social capital, who know how to navigate institutional bureaucracy, because they have been doing it their entire professional lives, is present in the show, if not always explicit. The PTA meetings are dominated by parents who have the time and the confidence to dominate them. The school's informal hierarchy of parental influence reflects the town's formal hierarchy of economic position. The parents who get their calls returned, whose concerns are addressed with some urgency, whose children's experiences are taken seriously when they raise issues. These are not primarily Homer's tier of the parent population. This is how public institutions actually work, not through formal discrimination, which would be visible and potentially actionable, but through the informal dynamics of confidence, social capital, and the simple fact of who has time to show up and keep showing up until something happens. The Simpsons depicted these dynamics in the background of school episodes, not as the subject but as the texture, and the texture has been accurate across the entire run of the show. The after-school world of Springfield Elementary students is another dimension worth noting. What do the children do after school? In a world where both parents work, or in Homer and Marge's case, where Homer works and Marge manages a household, with the complexity and time demand of a second job, the after-school hours are hours of relative independence. The children of Springfield Elementary are often depicted navigating the town on their own, making decisions without adult supervision, encountering the town's various institutions and characters on their own terms. This independence is partly the freedom of childhood and partly the consequence of limited after-school resources. The supervised programs, the enrichment activities, the organized spaces where children can be safe and productive after school hours, these require resources that not all families have. The show depicted this without making it the subject, because making it the subject would turn the show into a social work documentary rather than a comedy. But the texture of it, the unsupervised afternoon, the freedom that is also exposure, the childhood that develops within institutional constraints that are more porous than they appear, is there throughout the school years of all three Simpson children, and it is accurate to a specific experience of American working-class childhood that is less visible in media than the more extensively supervised childhoods of more economically privileged characters. Education, as The Simpsons depicted it across 30-plus seasons, is a system that means well and falls short, not because the people in it are bad or negligent, but because the gap between what public education is designed to do and what it has been resourced to do has been widening for decades. The teachers care, mostly. The administrators try, within severe constraints. The students arrive with hope and leave with what the institution was able to give them. The institution was able to give them something real. It was also unable to give them several other things they needed. The sum is an education irregular, uneven, insufficient in specific ways, adequate in others, shaped more by the individual character of specific teachers than by any institutional design. This is what public education actually is, for most students, in most American schools. The Simpsons did not need to argue this. It simply depicted it, faithfully, over decades, in a fictional school, in a fictional town that was always slightly more familiar than it had any right to be. The familiarity was the point. You recognized Springfield Elementary because you had been there, or somewhere like it. The recognition was its own form of acknowledgement of what is, and what is missing, and why. One more note on the school before we leave it. The show's treatment of gifted education, or rather, the near-total absence of it, is worth marking. Lisa Simpson is, by any reasonable measure, a child of extraordinary intellectual gifts. She reads voraciously, plays multiple instruments with real skill, engages with ideas at a level that exceeds most adults in her vicinity, and demonstrates consistent intellectual curiosity across an enormous range of subjects. By the standards of educational psychology, she would warrant some form of differentiated instruction, some acknowledgement by the institution, that she is operating outside the range for which its standard programming was designed. Springfield Elementary provides her, essentially, nothing. She sits in the same classrooms as students whose needs are entirely different. She learns at the pace the curriculum sets, which is too slow for her. She finds her own supplementary work, her own supplementary reading, her own supplementary activities, because the institution cannot or will not provide them. And the result is a child who is simultaneously intellectually overstimulated by what she finds for herself outside the school and institutionally understimulated, bored, improperly matched to the environment meant to serve her. This is the experience of a significant population of gifted children in American public schools. The funding required for genuinely differentiated gifted education is rarely provided. The political prioritization of standardized outcomes of moving all students toward the defined baseline, rather than moving each student as far as their capacity allows, works against the allocation of resources to students who have already cleared the baseline. And the result is students like Lisa, who are well served by the school in the narrow sense that they pass their classes and receive their diplomas, and poorly served in the deeper sense that their actual capacity was never adequately engaged or developed by the institution nominally responsible for their education. The show understood this. and it depicted it through the simple, sustained choice to show Lisa perpetually educating herself, reading in the library, practicing alone, finding adults outside the school who could meet her where her actual level was. The gap between what the institution offered and what she needed was the gap she had to fill herself. She filled it because she was Lisa and she had the resources internal and, intermittently, external to do so. Many students with equivalent potential and fewer resources do not. This is the last thing we need to say about Springfield Elementary. It is a school. It is trying. It is failing in the specific documented ways that underfunded public schools fail. And within it, children are becoming people. People shaped partly by what the school gave them and partly by what it could not. People who are carrying into their adult lives the specific marks of an education that was both real and insufficient. That is what school is. The Simpsons knew it. Let's move on. Section 6. Sector 7G. Homer Simpson arrives at his workstation at approximately 8:00 the morning, depending on traffic and whether Maggie's breakfast took longer than expected. He passes through a security checkpoint that is, depending on the episode, either rigorous or essentially non-existent. He takes the elevator or the stairs when the elevator is broken, which it frequently is to the level where Sector 7G operates. He sits down at his console. The console has buttons. Some of the buttons do things. Homer knows, more or less, which buttons do which things, though his accuracy on this question is less than his job description would ideally require. He opens his donut, if he remembered to bring one, and he begins his shift. This is nuclear power plant operations as The Simpsons depicts them. The environment is one of low vigilance, chronic distraction, structural dysfunction, and the specific low-grade anxiety of someone who knows, dimly, that the stakes of his job are theoretically very high, but who has been performing the job long enough that the theoretical stakes no longer map onto the felt experience of any given Tuesday afternoon. Homer is not cavalier about the reactor in the way that someone who has thought carefully about the risk and chosen to disregard it is cavalier. He is cavalier in the way that someone who has never been in a situation where the risk materialized and who is surrounded by systems that appear to be absorbing the consequences of his inattention is cavalier. The risk is real. The insulation from the risk has been working. The insulation has been working because of the same structural redundancies that Burns is slowly eliminating in the interest of cost reduction. The workplace that Homer inhabits is not just a nuclear plant. It is a portrait of a specific kind of American workplace, the workplace of a large industrial or infrastructure organization in which the relationship between individual performance and institutional outcome has been obscured by layers of process, hierarchy, and collective action problems. In this kind of workplace, no single person's effort or inattention is directly and immediately consequential in a legible way. The plant keeps running when Homer sleeps at his console, not because his sleeping is harmless, but because the redundancies that surround him are absorbing the gap. The redundancies were designed by engineers who understood the risk. The redundancies are being eroded by managers who understand the budget. Homer is in the middle, the human factor in a system that was designed to survive human factors up to a point and is gradually being re-engineered to be less survivable. The safety theater of the plant, the procedures that exist in documentation but not in practice, the training that is performed but not retained, the equipment that is present but not maintained is a portrait of regulatory compliance that has been drained of its content. The 342 violations found during the safety inspection were not caused by a sudden lapse. They accumulated over time, each one the product of a small decision to defer maintenance, to accept a workaround, to sign off on a document that did not fully reflect the actual state of the thing being documented. These small decisions are made by people who are not villains. They are made by people operating under budget pressures and time pressures, and the particular pressure of working in an organization where the culture has gradually normalized the gap between documented standard and actual practice. This is the workplace safety failure mode that actual industrial disasters follow. The investigations that follow major industrial accidents in nuclear plants, in chemical facilities, in oil platforms, in aviation consistently find not a single catastrophic decision, but a long accumulation of small ones, each of which seemed manageable in isolation, each of which contributed to a systemic vulnerability that materialized in the moment of the accident. The Simpsons depicted this accumulation process accurately through the persistent comedy of Homer's incompetence and Burns's cost-cutting. The comedy required the plant to not actually melt down, but the structural portrait of how plants get to the point of being capable of melting down was accurate. The labor dimension of Sector 7G extends beyond safety. The plant is a workplace where the relationship between management and labor is one of explicit adversarialism that has settled, through exhaustion, into a kind of armed truce. The workers know Burns's priorities. Burns knows the workers' constraints. The negotiations that happen between them, through the union, through individual bargaining, through the informal dynamics of a workplace where everyone knows who has the power, produce outcomes that reflect the asymmetry we discussed in the economics section. Workers receive enough to stay. Management extracts enough to profit. The balance is constantly under renegotiation and constantly tilted in the same direction. Homer's relationship to his union is complicated and worth examining. He is, at various points, a union member, a union leader, and a union skeptic, his commitment to collective action fluctuating based on whether collective action is currently serving his immediate interests. This is a realistic portrait of the average American union member's relationship to their union, an instrumental relationship rather than an ideological one, a relationship based on what the union can deliver rather than on a principled commitment to the labor movement's goals and methods. The show did not idealize the union. It depicted it as a genuine institution with real power and real limitations, staffed by real people with their own mix of principled commitment and self-interest, operating within structural constraints that determined what it could and could not achieve. The union wins sometimes. It loses more often. The losses are usually explained by the asymmetry between what management can absorb and what workers can sustain, and by the particular vulnerability of a workforce that, whatever its formal collective power, is composed of individuals who each have individual mortgages and individual children and individual calculations about how much risk they can afford to sustain. This is the labor movement as it actually functions in most American workplaces, not as the heroic collective of solidarity mythology, but as the imperfect institution that imperfect people have built to defend themselves against the imperfect institution of corporate management. Both sides are doing what the incentives require. The outcomes are what the power balance produces. The dehumanization of the workplace is another recurring theme in the plant episodes. Homer is a number. He is an identifier on a maintenance schedule. He is, from the perspective of the plant's administrative systems, an input in a cost calculation. The occasions when Burns encounters Homer directly and fails to recognize him despite Homer's having worked there for years, despite Homer's having been involved in various significant events at the plant, are played for comedy. But the underlying dynamic they represent, the inability of large organizations to maintain genuine human recognition of the individuals who constitute them, is real and well documented, and has consequences for everything from worker well-being to organizational performance to the basic ethical quality of economic life. Workers in large organizations spend a significant portion of their working lives being processed by systems that do not know them as people. The HR system, the payroll system, the performance review system, the benefits administration system. Each of these systems represents the person as a set of attributes and identifiers, a job classification, a salary band, a benefits tier, a performance rating, and addresses them accordingly. The actual person, with their actual situation and actual needs and actual contributions, is only relevant to the system when those attributes are being updated. Between updates, the person is essentially invisible, present in the data, but absent from any genuine human recognition. Homer is invisible to the plant's administration in exactly this way. His actual situation, his actual capacity, his actual life outside the plant, none of this is relevant to Sector 7G's operational requirements. What is relevant is whether he is in his seat, and whether the buttons are being pressed, and whether the console readings are within acceptable parameters. As long as these things are happening, more or less, Homer is adequate. When they are not, he is a disciplinary problem. In neither case is he a person. The show told this story through comedy, through Burns's inability to remember Homer's name, through the absurdity of Homer's job being simultaneously critical and trivially performed, through the gap between the stakes of nuclear safety and the cavalier attention Homer brings to it. The comedy was effective and durable. The portrait underneath it was accurate. The gig economy has made the dehumanization Homer experienced more extreme and more formally institutionalized for a growing portion of the workforce. Workers who are classified as contractors, who receive no benefits, no job security, no formal relationship with the organization they work for, beyond the specific tasks they are contracted to perform, are invisible to the organization in an even more complete way than Homer was invisible to the plant. They have no maintenance schedule. They are not even identifiers in the HR system. They are line items in a procurement budget, indistinguishable from the purchase of a piece of software or a cleaning supply. Homer, for all his complaints about his job, has something that a large and growing portion of the American workforce does not have: a seat. A specific seat, in a specific room, in a specific building, with a specific role, and with the specific, if imperfect, protections that formal employment provides. The comedy of his bad job sits on top of the reality that his bad job is, in the landscape of 21st century American labor, not actually the worst version of what work can be. The worst version is the absence of the seat entirely. The plant runs, the shift ends. Homer drives home on the freeway, past the cooling towers, toward the yellow house, toward the family waiting inside it. The day was unremarkable. The dangers were absorbed by systems that are slowly becoming less absorptive. Nothing happened today. Nothing will probably happen tomorrow. And the accumulation of days in which nothing happens is also the accumulation of the conditions under which something eventually will. That is the workplace the Simpsons depicted. It is a workplace most people will recognize in its essential dynamics, regardless of whether they have ever been near a nuclear plant. The specific setting is Springfield's. The underlying structure is everywhere. There is a concept in organizational psychology called normalization of deviance. It describes the process by which organizations gradually come to accept behaviors and conditions that deviate from their stated standards, through a slow accumulation of small acceptances that each seem reasonable in isolation. The first time a procedure is skipped, it is an exception justified by circumstances, noted but not sanctioned, filed as a one-time deviation. The second time, it is a precedent. The 10th time, it is the norm. The 100th time, the original procedure exists only in the documentation, and the documentation is the thing that gets updated during audits, not the practice. The Springfield nuclear power plant, as the show depicts it, is a case study in normalization of deviance. The 342 violations found during the inspection are not 342 separate acts of negligence. They are the accumulated result of a long process in which the gap between documented standard and actual practice was allowed to widen, gradually, through the same small decisions made in the same general direction, driven by the same cost pressures and the same organizational culture that valued the appearance of compliance over its substance. This is how actual industrial disasters develop: the Challenger explosion, the Deepwater Horizon blowout, the Texas City refinery fire. Each of these disasters was preceded by a long period during which the organization involved was normalizing deviations from safety standards in ways that were visible if anyone was looking carefully and with the right framework. The show was depicting this process accurately and with real satirical precision across its entire run, not as a serious examination of industrial safety culture, but as the background of Homer's comedic incompetence. The comedy required that the plant not actually have the disaster that the depicted conditions would, in reality, produce. The show needed Homer to be able to press the wrong button and have something absurd happen, and then have everything reset for next week. But the structural portrait of an organization systematically undermining its own safety through the relentless pursuit of cost reduction was accurate, and it was being depicted at a time when the actual nuclear industry was navigating many of the same pressures. The post-Cold War American nuclear industry was, through the 1990s and into the 2000s, under significant competitive pressure. Deregulation of electricity markets had exposed utilities that operated nuclear plants to competition from cheaper generation sources. The pressure to reduce operating costs was real and intense. The regulatory environment was, in various periods, more or less accommodating to utility requests for operational flexibility. The gap between the plant as depicted in licensing documents and the plant as it actually operated was, in some facilities, meaningful. The show did not have access to this specific regulatory history. It was drawing on a more general understanding of what happens to safety culture under competitive cost pressure. But its depiction was accurate enough that the actual nuclear industry took note, with some displeasure, at the way Springfield's plant made nuclear power operations look in the American public imagination. They were not wrong that the depiction was damaging to the industry's public image. They were also, to the extent that the depiction was accurate about the mechanisms of safety culture degradation, not in a strong position to claim that the depiction was unfair. Homer sleeps at his console. The plant accumulates violations. Burns calculates the cost of fixing them against the cost of leaving them, and finds the math in favor of leaving them. The workers notice some of the problems and report none of them, because the culture has made clear that reporting is unwelcome, and the consequences for the reporter are more certain than the consequences of the problem. The inspectors arrive and find what the documentation tells them to find. The plant continues to operate. Nothing happens today. The nothing that happens is also the story. The absence of immediate consequence is the mechanism by which normalizations of deviance persist. If something visibly bad happened every time a safety standard was violated, the violations would stop. The system would self-correct. But safety standards are not designed to prevent things that happen frequently. They are designed to prevent things that happen rarely but catastrophically, the tail events, the scenarios that most operators will never experience in their careers, the dangers that feel abstract until they are not. And the rarity of the bad outcome is precisely the thing that makes the normalization of deviation possible. Nothing happened last time. Nothing will probably happen this time. The probability calculation is correct on average and fatal in the specific event. The show knew this, or intuited it, and it embedded the knowledge in the comedy of a man falling asleep in front of instruments that are supposed to be monitored. The laugh is about Homer. The chill, if you are paying attention, is about the system. We are moving now from the plant to the house, from the place Homer works to the place Homer lives, from the institution that contains his professional self to the institution that contains his personal one. The house on Evergreen Terrace is where the economics and the workplace and the school and the hospital all converge, where the pressures from every other section of this script arrive and are managed or not by two people doing their best in a marriage that the show has depicted with unusual honesty. For more than 3 decades, the management culture of the plant deserves a few more words before we leave it. Smithers, Waylon Smithers, Burns's personal assistant, the man who manages Burns's daily life with a thoroughness that crosses from professional dedication into something more complicated, is a figure of middle management in American organizations, rendered with unusual depth. He is competent, he is loyal, he is indispensable, and his indispensability is both his power and his trap. Smithers can do things Burns cannot do. He understands systems. Burns has long since ceased to engage with directly. He manages people, schedules, information, relationships with an efficiency that makes the entire operation of Burns's empire possible. Without Smithers, Burns is helpless, not in the metaphorical way of an executive who would be inconvenienced by the loss of a good assistant, but in the literal way of a man whose daily functioning depends on the presence of someone who knows what he needs and provides it before he has to ask. This gives Smithers power. It is, in the classical sense, the power of the person who knows where everything is, who understands the systems, who is the institutional memory of the organization. In many organizations, this kind of person, the long-tenured, deeply expert, thoroughly indispensable middle manager, holds a form of power that is quite different from the formal power of position, and that is in some ways more real. But Smithers cannot use this power. His devotion to Burns is total and genuine, and it forecloses the leverage that his indispensability would otherwise provide. He stays because he wants to stay, and his wanting to stay removes the credible exit threat that would translate indispensability into negotiating power. He is, in the labor market terms we have been using, a worker with exceptional skills who has chosen to place those skills in a situation where the standard mechanisms of labor market power do not apply. The show treated Smithers's devotion with more care than it might have, more complexity, more genuine feeling, more attention to what it meant for a person to organize his life around a relationship that could not, in the world the show depicted, be fully acknowledged or reciprocated. This care is one of the show's genuine achievements. and it was ahead of its time in its treatment of the specific emotional situation Smithers represented. But the workplace dimension of Smithers is also worth noting. He is the face of what happens to workers who make themselves too valuable to leave, who allow their institutional knowledge to become the whole of their leverage, and who discover that leverage of this kind can only be exercised by the willingness to walk away and that some things prevent the walking. The plant is a whole world. Homer's piece of it is funny and dangerous and familiar. The show saw all of this and rendered it in primary colors, and the rendering has only become more accurate with time. Section 7. 742 Evergreen Terrace. The house is yellow, not the pale yellow of aging paint or the bright yellow of fresh paint, but a specific, saturated yellow that is the color of the Simpson family itself, the color of their skin, the color of their story, the color that marks them as belonging to this particular fictional universe. The house has 2 stories. It has a garage, it has a backyard with a tree that has hosted various adventures over the years. It has a couch, the orange couch, the couch that is perhaps the single most recognizable piece of furniture in television history, the couch onto which the family falls at the beginning of each episode as though arriving home, as though the couch is the real destination and everything else. The school, the plant, the hospital, the church is just the territory between one arrival and the next. The marriage at the center of this house is one of television's great marriages. Not because it is perfect, it is extensively imperfect, but because it is real in the specific way that long marriages are real, layered with history, complicated by knowledge, sustained by something that looks like choice but is also like habit, and also like love, and also like the specific intimacy of having been present for enough of someone's life that their absence would leave a shape-shaped hole in, the fabric of everything. Homer and Marge married young, under circumstances that were not entirely optimal. Marge was pregnant with Bart, the circumstances were rushed, the future was uncertain. This is not an unusual origin for a marriage. It is in fact a quite common one in the specific demographic and economic tier the show depicts. Young, working class with a family arriving before the formal architecture of adult life was fully established. The marriage was made in the circumstances available to them, which were not ideal, and then they lived it. What they lived was, for the most part, a marriage that worked. Not always, and not without cost, and not without the specific strains that the economic and social conditions of their lives imposed on it. But it worked in the sense that they were still in it, both of them, still choosing it, or at least still finding that the alternative required more energy than the continuation. Still on the couch, together, at the end of the episode. Still on the same side, more or less, when the stakes were high enough to require choosing sides. The show depicted the strains on this marriage with unusual honesty for a primetime family comedy. Homer's selfishness, his tendency to prioritize his own immediate desires over the needs of the household, his capacity for spectacular thoughtlessness, his occasional complete failure to understand that Marge is a person with an interior life that makes claims is not soft-pedaled. It is the primary source of marital tension across the show's run, and it is depicted with a clarity that neither excuses it nor turns it into a character-destroying indictment. Homer is thoughtless. Homer is also genuinely loving. He is both at once, which is approximately how most of the genuinely thoughtless, loving people in the world actually are. Marge's inner life is one of the show's most underappreciated achievements. She is often described, in brief summaries of the show, as the patient wife or the moral center of the family, and both of these descriptions are true as far as they go, but they do not go far enough. Marge is also a woman who made a choice early in her life and has been living with that choice for decades, in a house that is not always the house she would have built for herself, with a man who is not always the man she would have chosen on reflection, with dreams that were deferred so consistently that the deferral became the permanent condition. The episodes that excavate Marge's inner life, the ones where her ambitions, her desires, her frustrations with the specific limits of the life she has, are allowed to be the center of the story, are some of the show's most valuable work. They depict, with unusual precision, what it feels like to be a woman of genuine intelligence and capability who has organized her life around the needs of others, and who cycles between satisfaction in that organizing and grief for the things the organizing has foreclosed. This is not an uncommon experience. It is, in fact, an experience that a very large number of women across generations have had and continue to have the experience of care work as vocation and trap simultaneously, the experience of having chosen something real and meaningful that also extinguished something else that was real and meaningful, and of living with both the choice and the foreclosure and the love and the loss all at once, in a yellow house, with people who need her. The show's depiction of Marge's mental health is, in this context, worth noting. She experiences depression. It is depicted with care and without the comedy of dismissal. Her anxiety is a recurring element of her characterization, the specific anxiety of someone who has taken on primary responsibility for the emotional well-being of her household and who can feel, at any given moment, the gaps between that well-being as it is and as it should be. This is not neurosis. It is the appropriate emotional response of someone for whom the stakes of household stability are both genuinely high and genuinely personal. The couple's therapy episodes, when Homer and Marge attempt to address their difficulties through professional help, are interesting for what they reveal about the show's understanding of therapy. Therapy is depicted as potentially useful and practically complicated, as something that can provide genuine insight, but that is limited by the capacity of the participants to translate insight into behavior change and by the specific stubbornness of patterns that have been practiced for decades. Homer improves, temporarily. He forgets what he learned. He returns to pattern. Marge persists. The marriage continues. The therapy is both insufficient and the best available option, which is approximately the real relationship between marital therapy and marital problems for a large percentage of couples who pursue it. The parenting within this marriage is where the economic and institutional pressures we have been discussing through this script converge most directly. Homer and Marge are raising 3 children with the resources available to them: financial, emotional, informational, temporal, and the resources are imperfect. They make mistakes. Some of the mistakes are Homer's, some are Marge's. Some are the mistakes of parents who were given inadequate models by their own parents and are doing their best with the models they have. Bart's particular trajectory, the intelligence that found no institutional home, the energy that found no productive channel, the social charisma that developed in the absence of structured guidance, is a portrait of what happens when a child's specific needs are not met by the institutions that are supposed to meet them, and when the parents, doing their best, are not equipped to compensate. Homer's relationship with Bart is loving and chaotic and frequently counterproductive. He loves his son with a genuine and powerful love, and he has very little idea how to parent him in ways that would serve Bart's actual needs rather than Homer's need to feel like a good father. These are different things. The show knew they were different things and depicted the difference with care. Lisa's relationship with her parents is one of the show's most consistently thoughtful character dynamics. She loves them. She is also aware, in the particular, painful way of intellectually advanced children, that they cannot give her what she most needs from them, not because they don't love her, but because what she most needs is intellectual companionship and the validation of her particular intelligence, and the adults who surround her are not equipped to provide these things. She has found other sources, teachers, books, characters she encounters briefly and loses again, but the specific hunger for parental understanding remains, and the show depicts it without resolving it, because it does not resolve in the actual lives of people who experience it. The house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is a working marriage, a stressed family, a domestic world under economic pressure, a set of people who love each other imperfectly and persistently. It is the show's central image, and it is the image that has made the show legible across generations and across the very different economic and social circumstances of the people who watch it. They recognize the house because it is their house, or their parents' house, or the house they grew up in with different furniture and different names and the same essential dynamics. The specific mix of love and frustration and financial anxiety and genuine warmth and occasional despair that characterizes 742 Evergreen Terrace is a mix that a very large percentage of the show's audience has lived in some version of. The show did not invent this mix. It observed it, and it rendered it, and it surrounded the rendering with enough comedy to make it watchable without losing the weight of what it was showing. That balance between the comedy that makes it watchable and the weight of what it is actually showing is the show's central achievement. And nowhere is that balance more delicate or more consistently maintained than in the house itself. The couch, the kitchen, the dinner table, the bedroom where Homer and Marge talk in the dark after the children are asleep. These spaces hold the domestic world that the show is always, underneath everything else, about. Marriage as the show depicts it is not a romantic ideal. It is a sustained practice, a set of daily choices to continue, to accommodate, to grow toward rather than away from, to maintain the agreement in the face of all the things that put it under pressure. Homer and Marge are still making those choices, still on that couch, still together at the end of the episode. That is not a small thing. The show understands that. It has always understood that. And the understanding is most visible, not in the grand romantic gestures which the show provides occasionally, and which are genuinely moving, but in the quiet continuity of the house, the persistent fact of two people still choosing to share the same walls, and the same table, and the same yellow life. The American nuclear family, 2 parents, children, house, yard was, at the time The Simpsons premiered, already something of a contested structure. Divorce rates had risen dramatically through the 1970s and 1980s. Single-parent households had become more common. The variety of family configurations that Americans actually lived in was expanding. The nuclear family, as an ideological formation, as the normative model against which other arrangements were implicitly measured and found insufficient, was beginning to lose its unquestioned status. The Simpsons inserted itself into this cultural moment as a nuclear family comedy, and it did something unusual. It depicted the nuclear family as genuinely valuable and genuinely stressed simultaneously. It did not use the family's resilience as an argument for the nuclear family ideal. It used the family's specific struggles as a portrait of what the nuclear family actually requires from its members, from the institutions that surround it, from the economic conditions that enable or undermine it. What the nuclear family requires, the show consistently showed, is more than most families have. It requires 2 adults with the time and energy and emotional resources to genuinely parent. It requires an economic base stable enough to reduce the constant stress of financial precarity. It requires institutional support, good schools, accessible healthcare, safe workplaces, responsive community infrastructure that many American families do not have. Without these things, the nuclear family does not fail because the concept is wrong. It strains under the weight of what it is being asked to do without adequate resources. The show was depicting a nuclear family functioning without adequate resources, and it was depicting this as the ordinary condition of the family rather than as a crisis requiring intervention. The extraordinary events, the crises, the disasters, the moments of acute stress were superimposed on a baseline of ordinary inadequacy that the family managed, episode after episode, through love and luck and the kind of improvisation that working-class families have always practiced, because improvisation is what you do when the formal supports are insufficient. The show was also depicting, with more tenderness than it is usually credited with, the specific beauty of the family as it is rather than as it should be. Homer and Marge are not ideal parents. Their children are not ideal children. The house is not ideal. The finances are not ideal. And the family is, nonetheless, real and warm and worth something, worth the sustained attention the show has given it across its entire run, worth the loyalty of an audience that has returned to it for decades, worth the specific recognition that viewers feel when they see their own domestic world reflected back at them in primary colors. That recognition is the show's deepest gift. Not the jokes, which are excellent. Not the satire, which is precise. The gift is the recognition, the feeling that someone has seen the ordinary family, the imperfect family, the family that does not have the resources to be what the ideal says it should be, and has found it worth depicting. Worth spending decades on. Worth caring about. The Simpsons cared about the family on the couch. That caring has been visible in every episode for 30-plus years, underneath the comedy, underneath the satire, underneath the increasingly elaborate plots of later seasons. The house is still there. The couch is still there. The family is still together. And the audience keeps returning, because returning to that house, to that couch, to those people, is the show's version of going home. And home, even a complicated home, even a stressed home, even a home that is held together more by love and habit than by any external support, is worth returning to. Let us move, now, from the house to the church next door. One more dimension of the family portrait deserves attention. the extended family, and specifically what the show depicted about the fraying of multi-generational support systems in American family life. Grandpa Simpson, Abraham Simpson, Homer's father, is in a retirement home. He was placed there at some point in the family's past through a process that the show treats as an established fact rather than a depicted decision. He is visited occasionally, less often than he would prefer. He is old and somewhat confused and has a perspective on American history. He was young during the Depression, he served in the war, he lived through the post-war boom that is periodically relevant and periodically ignored. He is loved by his family in the abstract, imperfectly attended to in the specific. The retirement home itself is a depressing facility. Its management is perfunctory. Its care is adequate in the narrow sense of keeping residents alive and housed, and inadequate in the fuller sense of providing the human connection and meaningful engagement that actual flourishing requires in old age. The residents are stored rather than cared for. This is a hard characterization, and it is approximately accurate to a significant portion of American elder care. The choice to put Grandpa in a retirement home rather than in the family house is treated by the show as unremarkable as the ordinary, default arrangement for aging parents in American families that lack either the space or the time or the support infrastructure to manage elder care at home. And it is the ordinary default arrangement for exactly the reasons the show implies. American families are generally nuclear rather than multi-generational in their structure. American houses are generally sized for the nuclear family rather than for the extended one, and the social and economic changes that brought both parents into the workforce have eliminated the domestic labor that in-home elder care requires. These are structural facts about American family organization. They produce the retirement home industry, which provides necessary services in ways that vary enormously in quality, that are expensive, and that frequently provide something less than what families would want for their members if they had alternatives. The show depicted Grandpa's situation not as a tragedy requiring resolution, but as an ordinary sadness, one of the ordinary sadnesses that modern American family life produces, the kind that people feel and then manage and then return to feeling without ever quite solving. Homer feels guilty about his father in the retirement home. He visits, he listens, partially, to the stories. He is moved, sometimes, by his father's obvious loneliness. He does not have the capacity, emotional, financial, logistical, to change the situation. And so the situation continues, and the guilt continues, and the visits continue at their irregular intervals, and Grandpa continues to be loved imperfectly by a son who is doing what he can with what he has. This is the portrait of elder care in American family life that the show quietly and consistently offered. It is not a protest. It is not a call for policy change. It is an honest depiction of how ordinary families experience a situation that they did not choose and cannot resolve the situation of aging parents in a society that has organized its family structures around the nuclear unit, its economic structures around the two-income household, and that has not built the infrastructure that either alternative arrangement would require. The yellow house holds its family, the retirement home holds its residents. The gap between the two is one of the ordinary griefs of American family life, and the show noted it and moved on, and noted it again, because some griefs do not resolve and do not need to resolve in order to be worth acknowledging. Section 8. First Church of Springfield. The First Church of Springfield is a white clapboard building on a corner that the show has never needed to specify, because everyone who has grown up in any American town with any Protestant tradition knows exactly what it looks like. The steeple is modest. The interior is dark wood pews and weak light through plain windows. The minister is a man named Timothy Lovejoy, who has been delivering sermons of variable inspiration to the same congregation for the entirety of the show's run. Lovejoy was called to ministry. He genuinely was, by his own account, once a man animated by religious purpose, by the belief that faith was a live thing that could be brought into contact with the actual lives of actual people and would produce something real. The show hints at this earlier Lovejoy in the occasional moments when his fundamental decency breaks through the exhaustion of his current posture. He is not a bad man. He is a tired man, in the specific way that people who have spent decades in service work are tired. The fatigue, not of effort, but of the specific depletion that comes from being needed by people who need things that institutions are not always equipped to provide. The depletion of Lovejoy is depicted through the comedy of his sermons, which have declined from the meaningful to the perfunctory. He reads scripture without evident conviction. He delivers platitudes without evident investment. He manages the institution of the church with the efficiency of someone who knows the machinery well and has long since stopped asking whether the machinery serves the purpose it was built for. He is a religious professional who has survived in his profession by making his peace with the gap between the vocation and the job. This is a portrait of the mainline Protestant clergy in late 20th century America that is, in its essential dynamics, accurate. The mainline denominations, the Methodists, the Presbyterians, the Lutherans, the Episcopalians, the congregational traditions experienced severe membership decline through the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. The churches that had been central institutions in American civic life, the places where the community gathered not just for worship, but for the social infrastructure of mutual support, civic participation, and shared moral formation, were losing members to secular alternatives, to evangelical alternatives, to the simple competition of a diversifying culture with more claims on Sunday mornings than the church alone could satisfy. Lovejoy's church is struggling in this way. The congregation is small. The median age is rising. The institutional energy required to maintain the building, the programs, the staff, the community presence is not fully matched by the resources the diminishing congregation can provide. The church is sustainable for now, in the way that institutions sustained by accumulated endowment and real estate are sustainable, but it is not growing, and its claim on the central institutional position in Springfield's civic life is tenuous. Ned Flanders is the church's most faithful member. His devotion is total, his attendance perfect, his financial contribution generous. And yet Ned gets nothing back from the church that he would recognize as commensurate with what he gives. His prayers are not answered, or rather, they are answered in the specific way that the faithful learn to describe all outcomes as divine, which requires a level of interpretive flexibility that becomes, over time, its own form of spiritual gymnastics. The things Ned has asked for, in the most earnest and persistent terms that sincere faith can produce, have not been delivered. His wife was killed, his house was destroyed. His peace of mind is maintained through a psychological conditioning that he did not choose and that the church had no part in creating. The church gives Ned community, in the attenuated sense of a congregation of people who share a building and a tradition, and who would, in extremity, help each other. It gives him a framework, a set of interpretive tools with which to make meaning of the events of his life, including the events that most resist meaning. It gives him the ritual of weekly attendance, which structures time in a way that is itself a form of support, even when the content of the service is not particularly nourishing. These are real things. They're not nothing, but they are not what Ned asked for when he asked for faith to make his life work out. And the gap between what he asked for and what he received is the gap that the show has quietly depicted across every episode in which Ned's faith is part of the story. The show never attacks religion. It is careful about this, in the way that a show with a very large audience must be careful about subjects that a significant portion of that audience holds sacred. But it depicts faith as it actually functions in the lives of ordinary people, as a source of genuine comfort and genuine community, as a framework for meaning-making that is both necessary and sometimes inadequate, as an institution that carries real value and real limitations, and as something that is experienced very differently by different people within the same congregation. Homer's relationship with God is one of the show's most consistently interesting threads. Homer prays in the way that many people with nominal religious affiliation pray occasionally, urgently, in the moments of genuine need when the formal infrastructure of faith is secondary to the basic human impulse to address something larger than oneself. His prayers are direct, specific, somewhat self-interested, and occasionally addressed with a literalness that the show treats as comedy, but that also reveals, if you look at it the right way, a genuine relationship with faith, the relationship of a man who talks to God the way he talks to everyone, without pretense, without the performance of piety, with the same unrehearsed directness he brings to everything else. God in the show's universe is real. He has appeared, he has spoken, he has opinions, and he talks to Homer because Homer talks to him, and because the show understands something true about the relationship between faith and the person who seeks it, that it is available to the unlikely recipient, that it finds the person who needs it most, rather than the person who performs the need most convincingly. Ned performs his faith, Homer has his. The show knew the difference and honored it. The megachurch dimension of American religious life is also present in Springfield's religious landscape, in the form of various competitors to Lovejoy's congregation, storefront churches, and revival-style operations, and the general proliferation of religious alternatives that characterize the American spiritual marketplace. From the 1980s onward, the show depicted this proliferation with accuracy. The religious consumer culture, in which faith is a product and congregations compete for members on the basis of entertainment value, emotional experience, and the quality of the coffee in the fellowship hall. This consumer model of religion, the church as a service provider in a competitive market for spiritual experience, is one of the significant developments in American religious life of the past 4 decades, and it is also one of the things the show was depicting as it was happening. The mainline churches were losing members partly because they were not competing effectively in this market, not offering the emotional intensity, the clear doctrine, the community experience that the growing evangelical and charismatic churches were providing. Lovejoy's congregation was losing members for these reasons, and the show depicted it without offering a verdict on whether the market model of religion was a good or bad development for faith. The show's verdict, insofar as it had one, was rendered through Ned Flanders: that the most sincere practitioner of faith, the person whose belief is most genuine and whose practice is most consistent, does not necessarily receive the things that faith is supposed to provide. That sincerity of belief does not guarantee anything about outcomes. That the faithful and the faithless are exposed to the same world, with its same indifference to desert, and that faith is one way of navigating that world rather than a protection from its worst dimensions. This is a position on religion that is neither hostile nor affirming. It is something like honest, the honesty of acknowledging that faith is valuable and that the value it provides is real, while also acknowledging that it does not deliver what its most fervent practitioners sometimes expect from it. The show held this position consistently, and it was a more sophisticated position than either the religion as cure or religion as fraud alternatives that appear in more polemical treatments of the subject. The church in Springfield is still open. Lovejoy is still preaching. Ned is still in his pew, the first one, front left, every Sunday, singing slightly louder than anyone else. The congregation is slightly smaller than it was. The building needs some work that has been deferred. And somewhere in the dynamic between the sincere believer and the exhausted institution, something that resembles faith continues to operate, imperfectly, in the lives of people who have not found a better container for the questions it attempts to address. That persistence of faith in the face of institution, of belief in the face of evidence, of community in the face of dispersal, is something the show has always understood. It is not sentimental about it, but it is not dismissive of it either. It takes the church seriously as a human institution, which means taking it seriously in its failures and its achievements both. That is more than most television has managed, and it is one of the show's quiet contributions to the ongoing American conversation about what faith is for. The social function of the church in Springfield's civic life is as important as its religious function, and perhaps more interesting from the perspective of what the show understood about American community. In many American towns, particularly smaller ones and older ones, the church has historically served as the primary institution of community life, the place where neighbors met, where information circulated, where mutual aid was organized, where the rituals of passage, birth, marriage, death were publicly marked and collectively witnessed. The show depicted this function as present but declining. The church is a gathering point, but it competes with other gathering points: the bar, the bowling alley, the sports event, the school function for the attention and investment of community members who are busy and have multiple claims on their time. The church's role as the center of community life has been displaced by the general proliferation of alternatives and the specific decline of the mandatory attendance norms that once filled pews not with the devout, but with everyone, devout and secular alike, because that was simply where community happened on Sunday mornings. This displacement is one of the significant changes in American civic life of the last half-century, and it connects to a broader concern about social capital, the dense web of relationships, norms of reciprocity, and institutions of collective life that make communities function and that make individuals resilient against the shocks that isolated individuals cannot absorb alone. The show depicted Springfield as a community with relatively strong social capital. The residents know each other, they gather regularly, they respond collectively to crises, but also as a community in which that social capital is concentrated in the lower tiers of Springfield's economic hierarchy, while the upper tiers, Burns, primarily operate outside it. Burns does not need the social capital of the community. He has capital of a different kind. The social capital that binds Springfield together is the capital of people who need each other because they cannot afford the private alternatives. It is the capital of necessity rather than the capital of choice. This is, again, an accurate portrait of how social capital actually distributes in unequal societies. The wealthiest members of a community can purchase the services, healthcare, security, entertainment, connection that community membership provides to those who cannot afford to purchase them. The wealthy do not need the community in the same way. They can leave it when it is inconvenient and return to it when it suits them. The result is that the institutions that sustain community life, the church, the local businesses, the civic organizations are supported primarily by the people who need them and are deprived of the resources and engagement that the wealthiest members could provide if they were embedded in the community in the way their less wealthy neighbors are. The church reflects this dynamic. Lovejoy's congregation is not composed of Springfield's wealthiest residents. Burns does not attend. The Simpsons attend irregularly. The regular, committed core of the congregation is Ned and a handful of others, the people for whom the church's social function is genuinely necessary, who cannot replicate it through private means, who are there not just for faith but for the community that faith provides. The church's decline, the aging congregation, the deferred maintenance, the declining membership is the decline of an institution that is most needed by the people who have the least capacity to sustain it, and least needed by the people who have the most. This is the structural problem of community institutions in unequal societies, and the show depicted it, accurately, in the specific setting of a white clapboard church on an unnamed corner in a fictional American town. There is genuine warmth in the church episodes, for all of this structural heaviness. The moments when the community gathers in the church for a wedding, for a funeral, for some collective response to a crisis are among the show's most tender. The church is an imperfect institution, and the faith it houses is imperfectly practiced, and the community it gathers is imperfectly cohesive. But the gathering itself, the simple fact of people coming together in a shared space to mark shared moments, is real and valuable, and something the show has always treated with care. We leave the church with that tenderness intact. The steeple is visible against the Springfield sky. The congregation is gathering, or has just left, or will gather again next week. The community, imperfect and diminished and persistently present, goes on. The theology the show depicts, insofar as it has one, is something worth sitting with for a moment. Springfield's God is real and available. He has opinions and moods and preferences. He has chosen, for reasons the show never specifies, to engage directly with Homer Simpson on multiple occasions. He has not engaged with Ned Flanders in the same way, which is the show's most pointed theological observation. The God of most theological traditions is not primarily a God of the deserving. The major religious traditions converge, with variations, on the idea that grace, the unearned divine favor, operates outside the logic of merit. The person who has earned the most is not necessarily the person who receives the most. The person who least expects anything is sometimes the person to whom something arrives. This is theologically orthodox, if experientially confusing. The Simpsons dramatizes this orthodox position through the comic contrast between Homer and Ned. Homer receives divine attention without having done anything to earn it. Ned has done everything to earn it and received something quite different. The show does not present this as a critique of God's justice. It presents it as the specific and vertiginous experience of actual religious life, the experience of a universe that does not sort outcomes by desert, that gives and withholds, according to principles that are not legible to the people inside them. This is honest. It is more honest than the prosperity gospel version of faith, which promises that correct belief and correct practice will be rewarded with material success, and which is the most commercially successful form of American Christianity precisely because it promises what people want. The show's version of faith promises nothing in particular. It is available, It is present. It is real in the universe of the show, and it distributes its attention according to criteria that are not transparent to human observation. That version of faith is not comforting in the way that the prosperity version is comforting. But it is more accurate to the actual experience of people who practice faith in a world that continues to be the world it is. And accuracy, even the accuracy that resists comfort, is its own form of respect. The church closes now. Lovejoy turns off the lights. Ned goes home to his well-maintained house on Evergreen Terrace, next door to the yellow house. He will pray tonight. He will be sincere. He will receive what he receives, which is not everything he asked for, and which is nonetheless something. And somewhere in Springfield, Homer is thinking about something else entirely, and receiving what he receives too, which is also not nothing. The role of religion as a site of community formation, as the place where transitions are publicly marked and grief is collectively held, is perhaps the church's most durable function in Springfield, and the function least easily replaced by the secular alternatives that have displaced it in other domains. When someone dies in Springfield, the community gathers in Lovejoy's church. When marriages happen, they happen there. The rituals of passage that mark the individual life as connected to a community larger than the household are still, in Springfield, primarily held in this white clapboard building, and that holding is not nothing. The secular equivalents, the memorial service at the community center, the non-denominational ceremony, the family gathering that performs the ritual functions without the institutional frame exist and are increasingly common in the actual culture the show depicts. But the show has always been somewhat conservative about the church's role in this specific sense. The church is depicted as the place where the community marks what matters. Even when the community's belief is imperfect and attendance is irregular and the minister is tired, the function persists because the need it serves is real and has not been adequately replaced. This is accurate to the actual situation of mainline Protestant churches in American life. They have lost members. They have lost cultural centrality, but they have retained in many communities the ritual function, the role of providing a framework and a place for the moments when ordinary life needs extraordinary acknowledgement. Funerals still happen in churches. The function survives the decline of regular attendance because the function is not, at its core, about weekly worship. It is about the community's need to gather and mark the passages of its members' lives. Lovejoy serves this function faithfully. Despite his exhaustion, he shows up to the funerals and the weddings and the baptisms and the moments of crisis when faith becomes relevant in ways that routine weeks do not produce. He is there, which is the primary thing the function requires, and the community is there with him, gathered in the building they have maintained for this purpose, doing the ancient human work of witnessing each other's lives. That witnessing is what religion, at its best, is for. Not the doctrine, not the theology, not the specific beliefs about specific metaphysical claims. The witnessing, the showing up, the communal acknowledgement that individual lives are connected to lives larger than themselves, and that the connections deserve to be marked, and that marking them is worth gathering for. The Simpsons has always understood this. Through the tiredness of Lovejoy, and the earnestness of Ned, and the irregular attendance of Homer and Marge, and it has depicted it with more care than it is usually credited with in the analyses that focus on the satire. The church is still open. It will always be open when Springfield needs it, and that persistent availability, the building that is there, lit or dark, waited upon by a minister who is there regardless of how many people come, is itself a form of grace, not dramatic, not exciting, just present, available, ready to serve the function that communities need served whenever the need arrives. That is enough. In Springfield, as in the actual world, that is often exactly enough. Section 9. Mayor Quimby and the Civic Contract. Mayor Joseph Fitzgerald O'Malley, Fitzpatrick O'Madigan Quimby, the title and the name together, carrying the specific weight of American machine politics, has been the mayor of Springfield for approximately as long as Springfield has needed governing. He is a Kennedy in caricature. The accent, the political heritage, the casual personal morality barely concealed beneath the civic performance, the genuine charisma that makes people vote for him despite knowing everything about him that they know. He is not a great mayor. He is not a bad one either, in the specific sense that matters most to the people who vote for him. He maintains the basic services. He attends the ribbon cuttings. He says the right things at the town meetings, and he is the devil they know. Local government in America is the level of government that most directly affects daily life and that receives the least sustained public attention. The decisions made at the municipal and county level about zoning, about police and fire resources, about public works and infrastructure, about the contracts with the private entities that provide various municipal services, determine the actual texture of life in ways that federal politics does not. The school that is adequately funded or not. The road that is repaired promptly or not. The park that is maintained or allowed to deteriorate. The permit that is issued quickly or held up by a process that moves more quickly for some applicants than others. These are local government decisions made by local officials, shaped by local politics, influenced by local money. The show depicted local government in Springfield with the accuracy of a show that understood what local government actually is. Not the grand institutions of national civics, but the mundane and consequential decisions of people who are neither heroes nor villains, who are navigating a political system that rewards certain behaviors and penalizes others, and who have long since learned which is which. Quimby is the primary figure in this depiction, but he is surrounded by a cast of secondary officials, the police chief, the judge, the various bureaucrats who manage the town's various functions, who together constitute Springfield's civic infrastructure. And what that civic infrastructure is, as the show depicts it, is an apparatus that maintains itself primarily for the benefit of those who are embedded in it. The police department, led by Chief Clancy Wiggum, is one of the show's most consistently portrayed institutions, and its portrait is, in the light of the past decade of American public attention to policing, particularly relevant. Wiggum is not a bad man. He is incompetent in specific ways, self-interested in others, occasionally genuinely good-hearted when the circumstances permit. He is not corrupt in the systematic, malicious sense. He is corrupt in the mundane sense of a person in an institutional position who has learned to use that position in ways that are convenient for himself and his associates, and who has never been subject to accountability sufficient to break these habits. The Springfield Police Department, as the show depicts it, operates according to priorities that are not precisely the same as the official priorities of public safety. The department is responsive to complaints from people with connections. It is more thorough in its attention to some categories of crime than others. It is not impervious to the kind of social influence that determines whose calls get returned and whose are filed for later attention. These are not melodramatic corruptions. They are the ordinary corruptions of law enforcement in a small town with a specific social hierarchy and a political leadership that has its own relationships with the department's leadership. This portrait of local policing, competent in some dimensions, self-interested in others, shaped by the social and political hierarchy of the community it operates in, is accurate to a significant portion of American local law enforcement and became dramatically more legible as a portrait in the years following the show's early prime, as public attention to police accountability intensified and the specific patterns of differential enforcement that the show had been depicting as comedy became subjects of policy debate. The show was not predicting the policing debates of the 21st century. It was depicting the institutional conditions from which those debates arose, the conditions that had been present and visible in small-town and suburban American policing for decades, rendered in cartoon form for an audience that found them familiar without necessarily finding them troubling. The familiarity was the key. The show normalized what it depicted, and the normalization of institutional dysfunction is precisely the thing that allows dysfunction to persist without demanding correction. The planning and zoning dimensions of Springfield's governance are also worth examining. The show depicted, with considerable accuracy, the way that local planning decisions, the decisions about what gets built where, who benefits from public infrastructure, which neighborhoods receive attention reflect the political power of those who participate in the planning process. The people who show up at planning commission meetings, who have relationships with the commissioners, who have the time and the knowledge to navigate the permit process, these are not randomly distributed in the population. They are concentrated among property owners, business interests, and people with the professional background to understand how the process works. This concentration of participation produces planning decisions that reflect the interests of those who participate, which is to say, not the interests of the town as a whole, but the interests of the portion of the town that is present and engaged. The Simpsons depicted this dynamic in the specific terms of Springfield's planning disasters, the monorail, the various ill-conceived development projects, the civic investments that benefit some parts of town more than others, and the accuracy of the depiction is recognizable to anyone who has paid attention to local planning politics in any American community. The monorail episode Marge vs. The monorail, widely considered one of the show's greatest hours, deserves specific attention in this context. Springfield receives a significant windfall from a fine paid by Burns and must decide how to spend it. The options are mundane but necessary: infrastructure repair, school investment, public safety improvements. And instead, through the persuasive performance of a charismatic huckster named Lyle Lanley, the town votes to spend its windfall on a monorail, a flashy, visible, poorly executed transportation project that promises modernity and delivers disaster. This is American urban planning in miniature. It is the story of how communities with genuine infrastructure needs repeatedly direct their limited public resources towards spectacular but impractical projects at the expense of the dull but necessary maintenance of existing systems. It is the story of how civic decision-making is vulnerable to the politics of spectacle, to the project that photographs well, that has a ribbon to cut, that generates a press moment over the project that would actually serve the community's needs, but offers no such moments. The monorail episode aired in 1993, well before the wave of sports stadium deals and convention center investments and downtown revitalization projects that characterized American urban policy in the 1990s and 2000s. A wave in which city after city directed public resources towards spectacular infrastructure that benefited specific private interests rather than toward the maintenance and improvement of the systems that served the whole population. The episode was a prediction in the specific sense we have been discussing, not a magical foresight, but an accurate extrapolation of a decision-making dynamic that was already operating and that would produce the outcomes the episode satirized. Mayor Quimby is still in office. He will be in office next episode and the one after that, because the alternative to Quimby is, in Springfield's political landscape, approximately Quimby with different hair. The incumbent advantage, the machine's resources, the simple fatigue of the electorate with the effort of civic engagement. These are the things that keep political mediocrity and power in actual democracies, and the show depicted them faithfully, not with rage, not with despair, but with the specific tired humor of people who understand how the game is played and have decided that comedy is the appropriate response to an understanding that otherwise produces primarily melancholy. The civic contract in Springfield is imperfect. The government is adequate in some dimensions and self-serving in others. The public services are maintained at the level that prevents outright revolt, while not quite reaching the level that would require genuine investment. The mayor attends the events and delivers the speeches and manages the coalition and stays in office. The town gets what it pays for, and what it pays for is approximately what it has always gotten, which is less than it needs and more than it is currently in a position to demand. This is American local government in the specific and durable form that the show understood it in 1989, and that remains recognizable today. The specific mayor may change, the coalition may shift, the flashy projects may be in different sectors, but the basic dynamic, the gap between civic need and civic provision, managed by political leadership that is neither heroic nor catastrophically bad, sustained by an electorate that is engaged enough to vote occasionally and insufficiently engaged to demand accountability between votes, is the constant. The town meeting is still happening somewhere in Springfield tonight. Quimby is speaking. Someone in the audience is saying something that will not be heard. The vote will be taken. The outcome will reflect the power of the people who showed up and the disinterest of the people who didn't. And Springfield will continue to get the government it has always gotten, which is the government it has always, in the complicated arithmetic of collective action and civic engagement, chosen. The relationship between Burns and Quimby is the show's most explicit treatment of the relationship between economic and political power at the local level. Burns needs Quimby to maintain the regulatory environment that allows the plant to operate as it does. Quimby needs Burns for campaign contributions, for the implicit understanding that Springfield's largest employer will continue to provide employment, and for the social legitimacy that association with wealth provides in political environments where wealth is taken as evidence of competence and trustworthiness. This mutual need produces a relationship that is never explicitly corrupt in the legible sense of an envelope of cash changing hands. It operates through the softer mechanisms of access, preference, and the unspoken reciprocities that characterize the relationship between major donors and elected officials in any political system where campaigns require money and money comes from entities that have interests in the government's decisions. The show depicted this relationship clearly across multiple episodes without quite naming it as corruption because it is not legally corruption. It is the ordinary operation of the political economy of American local government where the largest economic actors in a community have a disproportionate ability to shape the decisions of the government that nominally oversees them. The regulators are appointed by officials who are funded by the regulated. The inspectors operate under guidelines set by agencies whose leadership was shaped by the people they oversee. The system is self-consistent and self-perpetuating and produces the outcomes that the balance of power within it requires. Burns wins most of his interactions with the civic government of Springfield, not through dramatic corruption, but through this structural advantage. The simple fact that he has more resources, more patience, and more consistent engagement with the process than the citizens who would oppose him. His lawyers are better than the town's lawyers. His consultants are better than the town's consultants. His capacity to wait out a regulatory challenge, to appeal a decision, to sustain a legal fight until the opposing party runs out of money, these are advantages that compound in every interaction and that produce a long-run outcome of regulatory capture that is nearly complete. Springfield's regulatory environment has been shaped over decades by the presence of Burns as its most powerful actor. The 342 violations exist, not because the regulatory system failed to find them, but they were found, but because the regulatory system failed to compel their correction. The violations were found, documented, and then allowed to remain through a process of negotiation, delay, and the application of resources that Burns had in quantities the regulatory authority did not. This is regulatory capture not in the dramatic sense of a regulator who is literally paid to look away, but in the mundane sense of a regulatory process that has been consistently out-resourced and outlasted by the entity it nominally oversees. The show understood this mechanism and depicted it consistently. It is the mechanism that explains Springfield's environmental situation, its workplace safety situation, its public health situation. All of these are downstream of the same basic power asymmetry. The asymmetry between what a wealthy actor can invest in managing the regulatory environment and what a civic institution, dependent on public funding and democratic accountability for its resources, can invest in enforcing the standards it is charged with maintaining. This asymmetry is not a cartoon. It is the operating reality of regulatory governance in a political economy where money flows into politics in the quantities it flows in America. The show was depicting it in the 1990s, when it was somewhat less extreme than it has since become. The Citizens United decision, which dramatically loosened the restrictions on political spending by corporations and wealthy individuals, occurred in 2010, well into the show's run, but after the show had already established the basic portrait. The portrait was already accurate in 1993. It became more accurate in 2010, and has continued to sharpen. Mayor Quimby will face re-election. He will run. He will probably win, because the incumbent advantage is real and the alternative candidate will not have access to the same resources and the same machine. The town will participate in the election at the rates that American local elections produce modest, concentrated among property owners and older residents, thin among younger and lower-income voters. The outcome will reflect this participation, and Burns will continue to manage his regulatory environment through the mechanisms that have always served him, which are the mechanisms that money provides: patience, access, the capacity to deploy expertise, and the fundamental fact that the regulator must act and the regulated can wait. The waiting is the strategy. The waiting always wins. This is the civic contract of Springfield. It is made between people who have unequal claims on the process and who therefore receive unequal outcomes. The people who are most affected by the nuclear plant's violations, the residents of the neighborhoods nearest the plant, the people who drink the water downstream, The workers who spend their days in the building have the least power to compel the violation's correction. The people with the most power to compel the correction have the least incentive to do so, because the violations are someone else's cost and the correction would be their expense. The show did not offer a solution to this. It rarely offers solutions. It diagnoses. It renders. It holds up the mirror and lets the reflection sit. The mirror has been accurate. The diagnosis has been confirmed, repeatedly, by the evidence of the decades since the show began. And the civic contract of Springfield, imperfect, asymmetrical, sustained by the disengagement of those most harmed and the engagement of those most powerful, continues to be the civic contract that a very large portion of actual American communities live under. We acknowledge it, and we rest, and we move on. The government is still there. It will be there tomorrow. Some of it will do better than it has been doing. Most of it will do approximately what it has always done, which is approximately what the people inside it and around it have determined it should do, which is the sum of the choices that have been made about civic engagement and political participation and the allocation of resources to public purpose. Those choices are not fixed. They have been made and can be remade. But the remaking requires the engagement that the system, as it currently stands, makes somewhat less accessible to the people who would most benefit from it. That is the civic story. It is unresolved, as civic stories are. Now, let's go to the studio. The town meeting format that the show returns to repeatedly, the gathering of Springfield citizens to debate and decide some civic matter, is one of its most ambivalent portraits of democracy. The meetings are usually chaotic. The debate is usually dominated by the loudest voices rather than the most informed ones. The decisions produced are often influenced more by emotional contagion, by the room's mood, by whoever spoke last and most persuasively, by the fear or excitement that a skilled performer can generate, than by rational deliberation about the matter at hand. This is not a flattering portrait of democratic self-governance, but it is an accurate one. The town meeting is not a machine for rational collective decision-making. It is a social event, a place where community is performed, where grievances are aired, where the energy of collective concern is expressed and partially discharged. The decisions it produces are real and consequential, but they are produced through a process that is only partly about the decisions themselves and partly about all the other things that happen when a community gathers to speak and listen. The deliberative democracy that political theorists describe the ideal of citizens reasoning together toward outcomes that represent the genuine collective will is visible in Springfield's town meetings only in fragments. There are moments of genuine civic reasoning. There are also moments of mob psychology, of charismatic manipulation, of decisions made on impulse that the town will regret by morning. The show depicted all of these moments with equal fidelity, because this mixture is what democratic participation actually looks like in practice, and because honoring the practice means honoring its full complexity rather than only its best moments. The civic imagination, the capacity of a community to envision what it could be and to make decisions in the direction of that vision, is present in Springfield. The monorail gets built not only because Lyle Lanley was persuasive, but because Springfield citizens had a genuine appetite for something better, something different, something that would make the town more than what it currently was. The appetite was real. The mechanism for satisfying it was exploited. Both of these things are true, and the show honored both. This is the most generous reading of the Springfield democratic process, that the impulse is genuine even when the outcome is flawed. That communities that vote for monorails and fall for hucksters are not foolish communities. They are communities that wanted something better and were given an inadequate mechanism for getting it. The wanting is not the failure. The mechanism is the failure. And the mechanism's inadequacy is partly a function of the concentration of resources and the capture of process that we have been discussing throughout this script. Quimby has an advantage over the citizens because he understands the mechanism better than they do. Burns has an advantage over Quimby because he has more resources than Quimby does. The citizens have their appetite for civic improvement and their votes and their town meetings. These are real assets. They are also, given the specific distribution of knowledge and resources in Springfield's political economy, insufficient to consistently produce the outcomes that the appetite requires. This is the democratic condition. In Springfield and in the actual communities Springfield was always depicting. The impulse is there. The mechanism is imperfect. And the improvement of the mechanism, the closing of the gap between what democratic self-governance is supposed to do and what it actually does is the ongoing project of civic life. The project is not complete in Springfield. It is not complete anywhere, but it is underway in the imperfect and persistent way that human projects of improvement are always underway through the town meetings that are chaotic, and the votes that are manipulated, and the elected officials who are imperfect, and the citizens who keep showing up anyway, because the showing up is the thing that makes the project possible. Springfield keeps showing up. The meeting is called. The agenda is distributed. People who care about their town, imperfectly and inconsistently, gather to do the work of governing themselves. The work is hard and slow and often disappointing and sometimes surprising and always worth doing. It is the work of citizens. It is Springfield's work. And it is, in the end, everyone's. Section 10. Krusty, the Clown and the Celebrity Machine. Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yeruchim Krustovsky Krusty the Clown. Springfield's most famous celebrity has been entertaining children since before Bart Simpson was born. He is the face on the lunchbox, the voice behind the product endorsement, the clown at the center of the entertainment experience that defines Bart's childhood and a significant portion of Springfield's commercial culture. He is also, behind the makeup, a sad and complicated man whose relationship to his celebrity is one of the show's most sustained examinations of the gap between the public persona and the private person. Krusty smokes. He gambles. He has tax problems that are solved with varying success depending on the season. He has relationships with organized crime that are never quite explained in their full dimensions. He has a daughter he barely knows, a father he estranged, and a set of business entanglements that have produced a media empire on the surface and a financial house of cards beneath. He is, in these specifics, a portrait of a particular kind of American celebrity, the entertainer who became famous through genuine talent, who maintained that fame through the machinery of commercial entertainment, and who discovered that the machinery required things from him that the talent alone could not provide. The celebrity economy has changed dramatically since the show began depicting Krusty's world in 1989. The television entertainment ecosystem that Krusty operates in the local programming, the children's variety format, the in-person appearances at department store openings has been largely displaced by a media landscape of streaming services, YouTube channels, social media platforms, and the general fragmentation of attention that these alternatives have produced. Krusty's specific form of celebrity is a period piece, but the dynamics of celebrity that Krusty embodies, the separation between public persona and private reality, the commercial apparatus that surrounds and sustains fame, the relationship between the entertainer and the product that the entertainer's fame is used to sell, the specific loneliness of being recognized everywhere and known nowhere, these dynamics are not period pieces. They have intensified, rather than diminished, as the celebrity economy has expanded and the infrastructure of public persona management has become more sophisticated. The influencer economy that emerged in the 2010s is Krusty's world at a different scale and with different technology. The influencer creates content that is also a persona. The persona is also a brand. The brand endorses products. The products are sold to followers who have developed a parasocial relationship with the persona that makes them receptive to the endorsement. The financial incentive for the influencer to maintain the persona and to manage the gap between the persona and the private reality is as strong as it has ever been for any entertainer in the history of commercial culture. Krusty manages this gap with the tools available to him: comedy, bluster, a general commitment to meeting the audience's expectations in the performance space, while carving out whatever private reality he can sustain in the spaces between performances. The performance is not insincere. Krusty genuinely loves entertaining, genuinely loves making children laugh, and his talent is real and his commitment to the act is genuine. But the performance is not the whole person, and the whole person has been largely foreclosed by the demands of the performance, which is the show's most basic observation about the celebrity condition. The product endorsement dimension of Krusty's world is worth examining in the context of the show's broader economic portrait. Krusty's face is on products. His endorsement is valuable because his audience, primarily children, responds to the endorsement, and parents make purchasing decisions influenced by their children's responses to the endorsement. The products endorsed under the Krusty brand are of variable quality, and the endorsement is not primarily a reflection of Krusty's genuine assessment of the product's merit. It is a commercial transaction, Krusty's audience access in exchange for licensing fees. This is the structure of celebrity endorsement, and the show depicted it with the specific accuracy of having watched it operate. The children's entertainment endorsement market is particularly significant because children are less skeptical consumers. They respond to the persona with a directness that adults have learned, partially, to resist, and because the decisions made in childhood establish consumer habits and brand loyalties that persist into adult life. The Krusty brand was, from the beginning, a long-term investment in the brand loyalties of Springfield's children, and the show understood this even when it was depicting it primarily as a source of comedy. The bankruptcy episodes, the periodic collapses of Krusty's financial situation, are interesting as portraits of the economics of celebrity in a commercial entertainment environment. Krusty earns a great deal of money. He also spends a great deal of money on the gambling and the lifestyle and the entanglements that his personal history has produced. The result is an entertainment mogul who is simultaneously very wealthy in the aggregate of the revenues his name generates and personally financially precarious in the specific of his own accounts. This is a real phenomenon in the celebrity economy, the celebrity whose income is large but whose outflows are larger, whose wealth exists in the form of future revenue streams rather than present assets, who is one bad contract renegotiation or one public scandal away from a very different financial situation. The scandal dimension of celebrity life, as the show depicts it, is also worth examining. Krusty has been the subject of scandals. He has managed them with varying skill. He has returned from them with varying success. The structure of his relationship with scandal, the initial exposure, the public contrition, the managed rehabilitation, the return to form is the structure of celebrity crisis management, as it has been practiced and refined over decades. The show was depicting this cycle in the early 1990s, when celebrity scandal management was less sophisticated and the media landscape was less fractured. The emergence of social media has made the cycle both more intense because information spreads faster and more broadly and more manageable in some ways, because the fragmentation of audience means that the scandal that destroys a celebrity in one corner of the media landscape may be invisible. In another, Krusty, if he were a celebrity today, would have a crisis communications team and a social media strategy and a streaming deal that would allow him to rebuild his audience in the corners of the digital landscape where his particular brand of comedy still had adherents. The tools have changed. The dynamic is recognizable. The father-son story embedded in Krusty's character, the estrangement from his rabbi father, who could not accept his son's choice of comedy as vocation, and the eventual reconciliation is one of the show's most genuinely affecting dramatic arcs. It is also one of its most accurate portraits of the specific grief of the person whose professional identity has been built in opposition to the family's expectations. Krusty's fame was built partly on the energy of that opposition, the rebellious son performing his rebellion for an audience, and the reconciliation with his father required him to let go of the opposition without letting go of the identity it produced. This is a specific and recognizable emotional challenge, and the show handled it with more care and more emotional intelligence than it is usually credited with. The celebrity is a person underneath the makeup. The show kept reminding its audience of this, through Krusty, across every season. The reminder required the comedy, the gambling debts, and the cigarettes and the tax troubles to coexist with the genuine emotional material of a man whose life had been shaped by the distance between who his family needed him to be and who he turned out to be. Both were real. Both deserved attention. The show gave them both attention in the same format and trusted the audience to hold them simultaneously. The celebrity machine that Krusty inhabits is still running. The specific technology is different. The specific format is different. The specific distribution channel is different. But the basic dynamic, the talent that becomes a persona, that becomes a brand, that becomes a commercial operation, that requires the ongoing management of the gap between the persona and the person, is unchanged. The show understood it in 1989, depicted it accurately across decades, and left a portrait of the celebrity condition that is as recognizable today as it was when Krusty first put on his makeup. Fame is a machine. Krusty drives it, or it drives him. After enough years, it becomes difficult to tell the difference. And that particular difficulty, the difficulty of knowing whether you are using your public identity or your public identity is using you, is one of the conditions that defines the contemporary experience of celebrity in ways that a cartoon clown from a fictional American town somehow managed to anticipate. The children who watch Krusty in Springfield are, in some ways, the show's most important secondary audience for the celebrity commentary. Bart's relationship with Krusty, the parasocial attachment that a child develops to an entertainer who does not know the child exists, but who has nevertheless become an organizing principle of the child's emotional life, is depicted with unusual precision. Bart worships Krusty. He knows Krusty's history, his catchphrases, his mannerisms. He has organized his taste, his loyalty, his sense of humor around the Krusty persona. And when Krusty is revealed to be fallible as human entertainers inevitably are, Bart experiences the specific grief of a fan confronting the gap between the idol and the person. This is the parasocial relationship that has become one of the defining features of contemporary culture. The relationship between audiences and content creators on YouTube, on streaming platforms, on social media involves the same basic dynamic. The fan who knows the creator through the creation and develops an emotional attachment that is not reciprocal, that is mediated by a persona that is real and constructed simultaneously, and that is vulnerable to the specific hurt of discovering that the persona is not the whole story. The show was depicting the parasocial dynamics of children's television in 1989, when the term parasocial relationship was an academic concept rather than a cultural vocabulary word. The dynamics it was depicting have since been named, theorized, and recognized as one of the central mechanisms of the contemporary attention economy. Krusty did not know what a parasocial relationship was. Neither did Bart, but the show understood what it looked like, and it rendered it faithfully, in the context of a child who loves a clown too much. The commercialization of childhood is the dimension of Krusty's world that connects most directly to the economic portrait we have been developing through this script. Krusty's commercial empire is built on the preferences of children who are, in the commercial logic of the entertainment industry, audiences to be delivered to advertisers rather than people to be served by content. The Krusty brand is designed to create brand loyalty in children to associate the emotional experience of entertainment and laughter with specific products and commercial behaviors in ways that serve the commercial interests of the brand's owners while delivering sufficient entertainment to justify the transaction from the child's perspective. This is children's commercial television as it has actually operated since the medium's commercial potential became clear. The regulatory history of children's television in America, the periodic congressional hearings, the FCC rules, the advocacy campaigns around advertising to children is a history of society grappling, imperfectly, with the specific vulnerability of children to commercial influence. The show was depicting this grappling in miniature through Krusty's commercial empire and the children who were its primary subjects. The concern about advertising to children has, in the social media era, become significantly more acute. The targeting capabilities of digital advertising platforms allow for the delivery of commercial messages to children with a precision and persistence that broadcast television's mass-market model could not achieve. The same basic vulnerability of children to commercial persuasion, of their preferences to manipulation by entities whose interests are not aligned with theirs or their parents, is now operating in a context of much greater sophistication and much less regulatory constraint. Krusty's empire was big and crude and visible. The commercial environments that children now navigate are smaller, more intimate, and largely invisible to the regulatory and parental oversight that large broadcast commercial environments eventually attracted. The scale has changed. The direction is unchanged. The show understood the direction in 1989 through the specific and lovable figure of a clown who was also a brand, and the boy who loved the clown more than the clown would ever know. We will leave the studio now. The makeup is off. Krusty is lighting a cigarette in the green room, listening to the sound of children leaving the broadcast studio and feeling something. Something that the makeup covered and the performance deferred and that the cigarette will not resolve. Something that has to do with the distance between who he is in front of the cameras and who he is in this room, and whether the man in this room is still somebody, and whether the performance has given him something or taken it. He smokes. He thinks he will be back in the makeup chair in 48 hours. and the machine will run again because it always runs, and because running is what it does. There is a dimension of Krusty's world that the show returned to consistently, and that connects directly to the broader cultural portrait we have been building. The relationship between nostalgia, childhood, and commercial entertainment. Krusty's show is, for Bart, the container of some of the most vivid and emotionally significant experiences of his childhood. The laughter, the catchphrases, the specific texture of the entertainment, these are the building blocks of Bart's cultural identity in the way that children's entertainment always is, and always has been, and always will be. The commercial exploitation of this emotional investment is one of the show's most consistently observed phenomena. The Krusty brand knows that Bart's attachment to Krusty is not purely a commercial relationship, it is an emotional one, rooted in the genuine experiences of entertainment and laughter that the show has provided. The brand leverages this emotional attachment to sell products, to create loyalty, to generate the kind of spending behavior that consumer capitalism requires from its subjects. The attachment is real. The exploitation of the attachment is also real. Both are true simultaneously, and the show depicted both truths without suggesting that one cancels the other. Children are the target demographic for a reason that goes beyond their purchasing power, which in most cases is low to the purchasing decisions they influence and the brand loyalties they form. The research on brand loyalty formation is consistent. Preferences formed in childhood are durable, emotionally grounded, and resistant to the rational reconsideration that adult consumers are somewhat more capable of applying to commercial decisions. The entertainment industry has always understood this. The show depicted the understanding in the specific form of Krusty's relationship to his young audience, and the depiction was accurate to the actual dynamics of children's commercial television. The nostalgia economy that has become dominant in American commercial culture over the past 2 decades is, in large part, built on the emotional investments that children's entertainment like Krusty's creates. The franchises that dominate contemporary film and television, the superhero universes, the animated reboots, the revival series are primarily in the business of activating the emotional memories of people who encountered these properties in childhood and who are now adults with purchasing power and an appetite for the specific emotional texture that the original experiences provided. The nostalgia is genuine. The commercial apparatus that serves it is also genuine. The two exist in a relationship that the show was depicting through Krusty 30 years before the nostalgia economy became the dominant commercial mode of American entertainment. Krusty will not be relevant forever. His specific format, local children's television, the variety show format, the in-person appearance circuit is already a historical artifact in the actual media landscape. The next generation of children's entertainment will be delivered through platforms that Krusty could not have imagined, by creators whose relationship to their audiences will be mediated by algorithms rather than broadcast schedules. The specific form of Krusty's celebrity will be a period piece. The emotional dynamics his celebrity exploits will persist, in whatever form the next iteration of children's commercial entertainment takes. The children watching whatever Krusty's equivalent is in the 21st century will form the same kind of attachments. Those attachments will be leveraged in the same kind of ways. The products will be different. The targeting will be more precise. The experience of growing up and discovering the gap between the persona and the person, between the entertainer who shaped your childhood and the complicated human being underneath the performance will be the same. The show knew this because the show understood that the mechanism was not specific to Krusty or to television or to any particular era of commercial entertainment. The mechanism was the human need for emotional connection with the cultural figures that frame childhood experience, and the commercial exploitation of that need, and the specific kind of growing up that results when the exploitation becomes visible. Bart grew up. Or he didn't. The show's floating timeline meant he stayed 10 years old across the entire run. So, the growing up only happened in flash-forward episodes, and the imaginations of viewers who had been watching long enough to feel it happen, even when the show didn't depict it. But the viewer grew up, and the viewer carried Krusty with them. As viewers carry the cultural figures of their childhood, even after they understand that Krusty was also a brand, was also a commercial product, was also a machine for the extraction of consumer loyalty from the specific and vulnerable emotional investments of childhood. The understanding does not dissolve the attachment. It just makes the attachment more complicated and more honest. And somehow, because of that honesty, more durable. Section 11. The Town in the Dome. There is a moment in the Simpsons movie, the 2007 theatrical release, the show's first feature film, where the United States government, in the form of a representative from the Environmental Protection Agency, recommends to the president that the town of Springfield be placed under a giant glass dome. The town is simply too toxic, the representative explains. Its environmental contamination has reached a level that poses a risk to surrounding areas. The dome is not a punishment. It is a containment measure. Springfield has become an environmental hazard of sufficient severity that the federal government has determined the only viable response is to seal it off from the rest of the country and allow it to continue whatever it is doing without threatening the areas that surround it. The president approves the dome. The dome goes up. This is the endpoint of a trajectory that the show had been depicting for 18 years. At that point, the trajectory of a community living downwind and downstream of a nuclear facility that was operated without adequate regard for its environmental impact, in a regulatory environment that was not sufficient to compel accountability, by an owner who understood the externalized costs of his operation and had decided they were someone else's problem. The dome is a satire, an absurdist extreme of an environmental logic that the show plays for comedy in the film, but it is also a metaphor of unusual precision. Environmental contamination does not create physical domes, but it does create the functional equivalent. Communities that are geographically bounded by the pollution they contain, that are functionally isolated from the broader economy by the stigma and the actual material conditions of contamination, whose residents face the choice of staying in a compromised environment or leaving the community that is home. The dome is Springfield's contamination zone made visible, rendered as a physical object, so the audience can see what has always been there, the invisible barrier between the town and the world it is contaminating. The environmental justice dimension of the show's ecological portrait is one of its most quietly radical commitments. Environmental justice. The concept that the burdens of environmental degradation fall disproportionately on communities with less political and economic power is visible throughout the show's treatment of Springfield's relationship to its nuclear plant. The people who live nearest the plant, who drink the water most directly downstream, who have the least capacity to move or to compel remediation, are the people who bear the costs of Burns's externalities. The people with the most power to compel remediation live in the parts of town that are least affected by the plant's outputs. Burns himself lives on a hill, upwind of the plant, in a mansion far enough from the contamination zone that his weekly medical treatments can address the radiation exposure he receives rather than the contamination he causes. Environmental justice was not yet a widely used term in 1989 when the show began. The concept was being developed in academic and advocacy communities, but it had not yet entered the mainstream policy conversation. The show was depicting the dynamics that the concept describes: the unequal distribution of environmental burdens along the lines of economic and political power before the description had been formally codified. The depiction was accurate because the dynamics were real and visible to anyone who was paying attention to the actual geography of industrial facilities and the demographics of the communities that surrounded them. The three-eyed fish is the show's most iconic environmental image, the specific, legible product of industrial contamination rendered in a form that anyone can understand. Blinky has 3 eyes. The river water near the plant produced a fish with 3 eyes. The cause of the mutation is the plant's radioactive discharge. The conclusion that the plant is contaminating the local ecosystem in ways that are producing demonstrable biological effects is inescapable. And yet it is escaped. The town watches the fish, debates the fish, and then finds reasons to accept the fish as a feature of its environment rather than an indictment of the entity responsible for its existence. The process by which environmental contamination is normalized, by which communities learn to accept the presence of toxins in their environment, because the political and economic cost of not accepting them exceeds the immediate, perceived cost of the contamination itself, is one of the most important and most depressing phenomena in environmental history. Communities adjacent to industrial facilities have repeatedly and across different industries and different eras learned to treat the contamination as a fact of life, as the price of the jobs, as the cost of the economic activity that the facility provides, as something that is unpleasant but manageable, and certainly not worth the economic disruption that demanding its remediation would require. The show depicted this normalization with remarkable accuracy. Springfield accepts Blinky. Springfield accepts the contaminated water. Springfield accepts the cracked cooling towers. The acceptance is not passive, it is actively maintained through the social mechanisms of collective denial that the show has always understood as fundamental to how communities manage the gap between what they know and what they can afford to acknowledge. Springfield knows the plant is poisoning it. Springfield cannot afford to act on that knowledge. And so Springfield does not know, in the specific social epistemic sense of knowledge that would compel action. The environmental episodes of the show, the ones where the degradation of Springfield's natural environment is the explicit subject rather than the background, are among the show's most prescient in the light of subsequent decades of environmental politics. The show depicted, from its earliest seasons, a community in which the political process for addressing environmental degradation had been effectively captured by the economic interests that were causing the degradation. The regulatory agency that nominally oversaw the plant was not adequate to the task. The political leadership that nominally represented the community was not willing to take the economic risk of forcing compliance. The community itself was not adequately organized to demand the accountability that the situation required. This is the environmental situation of a very large number of actual American communities in actual American states, living with actual industrial contamination that has been allowed to persist because the mechanisms that would address it have been consistently inadequate to the task. The specific contaminants vary. The specific industries vary. The specific political contexts vary. The structure captured regulation, inadequate political will, normalized community exposure is consistent. The show was depicting this structure in 1989. It was depicting it in 1999. It was depicting it in 2007 when the dome went up, and it continues to depict it in the background of Springfield's ongoing existence as a community that has made its accommodation with the plant in its midst and the water it has compromised. Climate change, which has become the central environmental issue of the 21st century, is the same dynamic at global scale. The show depicted it at the scale of a single community with a single industrial facility. The mechanisms, the externalization of environmental costs, the capture of regulatory processes, the normalization of degradation, the political failure to compel accountability are the same mechanisms that have made climate change action persistently inadequate relative to the scale of the problem. The Simpsons was not depicting climate change specifically. It was depicting the mechanisms that have produced climate change. The specific outcome is different in scale. The causal structure is recognizably the same. This is a heavy section to sit with. Environmental degradation is a topic that carries genuine weight, the weight of irreversibility, of the specific kind of harm that affects not just the people who are currently alive, but the people who will come after them, who will inherit the environmental conditions that the current generation created. The show never quite allowed this weight to fully land, because landing it fully would have turned the comedy into something else. But the weight was always there, in the background, in the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the dome that went up over a community that had been telling itself for decades that the plant was fine and the water was fine and everything was fine. The dome eventually came down in the film. Springfield was saved through an unlikely act of civic courage, and the dome was removed and the town was unsealed. The environmental conditions that produced the dome were not fully addressed. The plant continued to operate. Burns continued to own it. Homer continued to work there. The dome's removal was not a remediation. It was a narrative resolution, the kind that the show requires, because the show is a comedy and comedies require resolutions, even when the underlying conditions that produce the crisis have not been remediated. The underlying conditions are still there. The water is still the water it is. The plant is still the plant it is. The dome, in the metaphorical sense, is still up. Springfield lives inside it, and the living is what it has always been. The ordinary life of a community that has normalized its contamination and found ways to be warm and funny and human within the constraints the contamination imposes. The show does not resolve this. It holds it. It holds the contamination and the warmth simultaneously, because that is what communities in these situations actually do. They are warm and contaminated at once, and the warmth is not diminished by the contamination, and the contamination is not resolved by the warmth, And both are real, and both deserve acknowledgement. The dome is an image to carry with you as we move into the final section. Springfield under glass. The most toxic American town that isn't a real town, held up as the thing it has always been, a mirror for the actual towns, the actual communities, the actual people living with the actual costs of the actual decisions that the actual economy has made about what it is and is not willing to account for. The mirror is bright and yellow and animated, and it is accurate, and it has been held up for more than 30 years, and the image has not changed much because the thing it reflects has not changed much and will not change until the things that produce the dome are addressed rather than managed, remediated rather than normalized, confronted rather than accommodated. That is the environmental story. It does not have an ending yet. The particular geography of Springfield's environmental situation, the way the plant sits at the center of the town's economy and at the edge of the town's ecological fragility, is a portrait of the geography of American industrial communities that was and remains remarkably precise. The facility that employs the town is also the facility that contaminates it. The economic dependence and the environmental harm are two expressions of the same relationship, and they cannot be addressed independently because the community cannot afford to lose the employment while the facility cannot be made environmentally acceptable without significant investment that the facility's owner is not willing to make. This double bind the town that cannot afford to fix the thing that is harming it, because the thing that is harming it is also keeping it alive, is the structural situation of every coal town, every chemical plant community, every refinery-adjacent neighborhood in American economic history. The specific poison changes. The specific industry changes. The structural bind is consistent. You can have the jobs or you can have the clean environment, but the political economy has been organized in ways that make it very difficult to have both, and the communities that most need both tend to have the least power to demand both. Springfield chose the jobs, or rather, Springfield was never meaningfully offered the choice. The plant was there before any living resident had the capacity to object. It provided employment and electricity and the economic activity that made the rest of Springfield's commercial life possible. The contamination was the price, and the price was paid by the people who had the least capacity to refuse it, which is to say, by everyone, because everyone in Springfield drinks the water and breathes the air, but most especially by the people who cannot move, who cannot purchase their way into cleaner neighborhoods, who are there because they are from there and have no reasonable alternative. The immobility of the poor in contaminated communities is one of environmental justice's central observations. Mobility, the ability to choose where you live based on the environmental conditions of different locations, is a privilege that correlates with economic status. Wealthier households can move away from contaminated areas. Less wealthy households cannot, or cannot as easily, or cannot without sacrificing the community ties and employment relationships and family connections that make the contaminated place still preferable to the unfamiliar clean one. The result is a sorting over time, across communities in which the areas with the worst environmental conditions are increasingly composed of the people least able to escape them. The show did not depict this sorting process directly. Springfield is too static, too deliberately frozen in time, to show the long-run demographic shifts that industrial contamination produces. But the conditions that produce those shifts, the economic dependence on the contaminating facility, the political incapacity to compel remediation, the normalization of the contamination as a community-level coping mechanism were all present in the show's world. The children of Springfield drink the water. They have always drunk the water. They will drink the water as long as the plant operates, and the treatment facilities remain inadequate, and the political will to compel the plant's operator to improve his discharge remains insufficient. They are not the children of the people who made the decision to allow the plant to operate this way. They are the children of the people who were born into the consequences of decisions that preceded them. The intergenerational dimension of environmental harm, the way that the choices made by one generation about the environment are experienced as the given conditions of the next, is perhaps the most significant thing the show was depicting when it showed children drinking Springfield's water, without ever questioning whether the water was safe to drink. The water is not safe to drink. The children are drinking it. Neither of these facts is dramatized. Both of them are there, in the background, in every episode, as the persistent and mostly unremarked upon texture of life in a town that has been told and has come to believe that this is just how things are. That belief that this is just how things are is what the show has always been about in some sense. Not specifically about environmental contamination, but about the broader condition of communities that have accepted their situation as given, as natural, as the way things are, and therefore the way things must continue to be. The acceptance is not weakness. It is the rational response of people who have tried, at various points, to change their situation and found the mechanisms of change insufficient to overcome the mechanisms of stasis. It is the response of people who have learned, through experience, that the system is not designed for their benefit, and who have found ways to live well within that constraint, because living well is what people do. Springfield lives well within its constraints. It is warm and funny and human and alive. The water is also compromised. Both things are true. The show has always held both truths simultaneously, and the holding is an act of witness, a long, sustained, animated act of witness to the lives of ordinary people in a world that has not been organized for their benefit, and who are, despite this, recognizably and persistently themselves. The scientific community has, over the decades since the show began, developed an increasingly sophisticated understanding of the relationship between chronic, low-level environmental contamination and health outcomes. The specific effects of the kind of contamination that Springfield's nuclear plant would produce, the low-level radioactive discharge, the chemical byproducts of plant operation, the water table contamination have been studied in the context of actual nuclear facilities and their surrounding communities. The findings are, in general, consistent with what the show was implying through its comic portrait, that chronic exposure to low-level contamination produces health effects that are difficult to attribute to any single cause, that operate over long time periods, and that are often invisible until they have been accumulating for years or decades. The difficulty of attribution is one of the key mechanisms by which industrial contamination avoids accountability. The cancers that emerge in communities near industrial facilities are real, and the rates are sometimes elevated, and the elevation is sometimes connected to the facility's operations. But the connection is probabilistic and statistical, rather than direct and individual. No single person's illness can be definitively attributed to the facility's discharge. The facility's lawyers know this. The regulatory framework is designed around this. The communities living with elevated rates of specific illnesses know that something is wrong, but cannot produce the specific proof that the legal and regulatory systems require to compel accountability. This is environmental litigation as it has actually functioned in American law. The gap between the statistical evidence that contamination is causing harm and the legal standard required to hold any specific actor accountable. The show was not depicting this legal dimension explicitly, but the conditions it was describing, the contamination without evident source, the health effects without identified cause, the community that knows something is wrong and cannot compel the system to acknowledge it, are the conditions that produce the litigation gap. Springfield's environmental situation is, in this sense, a portrait of the structural immunity that industrial polluters have enjoyed through most of American environmental history. The immunity is not absolute. It has been reduced over decades by environmental regulation, by legal precedent, by the development of epidemiological methods capable of establishing probabilistic causation. But it remains significant, and it remains most significant in the communities that have the least capacity to sustain the kind of long, expensive legal and regulatory campaigns that accountability requires. Burns is immune partly because he is rich, and partly because the system is designed for someone rich to be immune. The design is not accidental. It is the accumulated product of decades of political influence by the industries that benefit from the immunity. The show knew this through the specific figure of Burns managing his regulatory environment, and it depicted it consistently, and the consistency has only become more recognizable as the decades have accumulated and the environmental regulatory debates have intensified. The three-eyed fish is still in the river. Nobody is going to do anything about it today. But somewhere in Springfield, someone is watching it, and thinking about it, and knowing what it means, even if they cannot yet say what they know out loud in a way that the system is required to hear. That knowing is the beginning. It has always been the beginning. And the beginning, in Springfield as everywhere, is where things start. Section 12. The Final Reckoning. We have been in Springfield for a long time now. We have walked through the hospital and the school and the plant and the newsroom and the house and the church and the city hall and the studio and the river with its three-eyed fish. We have looked at the institutions that shape the lives of the people who live here, the way those institutions serve them and fail them and shape them and constrain them. We have followed the money from Homer's paycheck to Burns's account and noted the distance between where it starts and where it ends. We have watched Marge hold the family together and watched the family come apart slightly and hold together again. We have seen the children grow and not grow, stay 8 and 10 and 1 for years that have accumulated into decades. And now it is time to ask the question that all of this leads to: what does it mean that a cartoon got so much right? Not just right in the prediction sense, not just the Trump jokes and the smartwatch jokes and the pandemic jokes, right in the diagnostic sense. Right about how American institutions actually work, about what the gap between official purpose and actual function looks like from the inside, about what it costs to live in a society that has organized its fundamental systems around the interests of some of its members more than others, and what the people who pay that cost actually do with it, how they manage, how they love, how they maintain their humanity in the face of conditions that do not always support it. This is the deeper question, and it does not have a simple answer. But it has this: The Simpsons got it right because it was paying attention, and because the people who made it were, quote, willing to follow the implications of what they observed without flinching, and because they wrapped the implications in comedy so that the flinching could be deferred long enough for the understanding to arrive. Comedy is one of the most powerful forms of truth-telling available to a society. It operates through the mechanism of recognition, the laugh that begins in the body's acknowledgement that something accurate has been said, that the description has connected with a known reality, that the joke is funny because it is true. Comedy of this quality cannot be manufactured about things that are false. It can only be extracted from things that are actual. The joke that lands because it is accurate is the joke that describes the world as it is, rather than the world as it is claimed to be. The Simpsons was primarily in the business of this kind of comedy that lands because the audience recognizes the thing being described, because the thing being described is their school and their hospital and their workplace and their government and their church and their marriage and their town. The recognition is the gift. Not the information. The audience already knows these things, in the way that you know the textures of your own life before you have the words to describe them. The gift is the naming. The gift is the form, the animated, funny, bright-colored, accessible form that makes the naming receivable. That makes it possible to sit on the couch on Sunday evening and watch a cartoon family navigate the conditions of working-class American life and feel, underneath the laughter, the specific relief of being seen, of having the life you live acknowledged as worthy of artistic attention, of having someone say in the form of comedy, "We know this is your life, and we think your life is worth this much sustained attention, and we are going to spend 30-plus years looking at it carefully." That is what The Simpsons did. That is the reason, underneath all the other reasons, that the show endured for as long as it has and reached as many people as it has. The cultural reach of the show, its penetration into the shared vocabulary of American life, the way its phrases and images and characters have become reference points that transcend any single generation of viewers, is the product of this quality of attention. People return to the show and recommend the show and quote the show because the show knows something about how life actually is, and that knowledge is comforting in the way that accurate knowledge is comforting. It reduces the specific loneliness of thinking that your experience is uniquely difficult or uniquely strange. Your school was always like Springfield Elementary, or close enough. Your boss was always a version of Burns, scaled to local conditions. Your neighborhood was always something like Evergreen Terrace, not wealthy enough to be comfortable, not poor enough to be in crisis, existing in the specific middle that is the most American of conditions. Your news was always a version of Channel 6. Your church was always a version of Lovejoy's congregation. Your government was always a version of Mayor Quimby's operation. These things have been true for a long time. The show recognized that they had always been true and turned the recognition into a story that has been running for more than 3 decades. The story is also a love story, in the end. This is perhaps the thing that gets lost most easily in the analysis and the economic examination and the institutional critique and the careful unpacking of what the show was saying about American systems. The show is, underneath everything, a love story about a family. The love is imperfect, as all love is. The family is imperfect, as all families are. But the commitment to depicting that love, to finding it in the right places and rendering it with the honesty it deserves, is the thing that gives the rest of its material its emotional weight. If The Simpsons were only a satire, it would be brilliant but cold. If it were only a domestic comedy, it would be warm but shallow. The combination, the satire in the service of a genuine love story about ordinary people navigating extraordinary conditions, is what makes it something more than either of those things. The institutional critique lands because the institution is shown affecting people we care about. The economic portrait is devastating because it is the portrait of a specific family that we have been watching long enough to know. The environmental horror has weight because the water that is contaminated is the water that Homer's children drink, and Homer's children are children we know. This is what separates The Simpsons from the social commentary that surrounds it, what makes it endure when more explicitly political satires have dated and diminished. The care for the characters, the love for the family, the commitment, renewed each week across more than 700 episodes, to returning to the yellow house and the orange couch and the family that waits there, and finding them worthy of continued attention. The satire is brilliant, but the love is the engine. The love is what makes people watch. The love is what makes people return. The love is what makes the picture of a broken America also, paradoxically, a comforting one, because within the broken America, this family persists. This love persists. The house is still yellow. The couch is still there. And Homer finds his way home at the end of the episode because home is the thing that all the rest of the story exists to make possible. We have been looking at what the show got right, but perhaps the most important thing it got right was this: that ordinary people, in ordinary circumstances, with insufficient resources and imperfect institutions, and the specific constraints of the working-class American experience, are worth this much care, worth this much laughter, worth this much attention, worth 36 years and 700 episodes and 2 hours of quiet examination on a night when you needed somewhere to rest. You are worthy of the same care. Whatever Springfield you live in, whatever version of the Homer-Marge marriage and the Springfield Elementary School and the Springfield nuclear power plant surrounds you, you are the subject of the story. The show has always been about you. The yellow family on the orange couch has always been a proxy for you. The accuracy of the portrait has always been a form of acknowledgement of what you live with, and what it costs, and what you manage to build within those costs that is still, despite everything, worth calling a life. The night is getting late. We are almost at the end of our time in Springfield. The streetlights are on, which in Springfield means very little because the streetlights in Springfield are only intermittently functional. The plant is running as it always runs, the cooling towers visible against whatever the Springfield sky is doing tonight. The school is dark, the church is empty. City Hall is quiet in the specific way of civic institutions, in the hours when civic activity is not being performed. The diner is open, it is always open, because this is Springfield and there are a few people in it, eating late, talking to whoever they came in with, doing the ordinary human work of keeping company. The yellow house is lit. Someone is still awake in it. The television might be on, or it might not. The children are asleep or close to it. Homer is sitting where Homer tends to sit at this hour in the kitchen, probably with something to eat, half thinking about something and half not thinking at all, which is a comfortable state that Homer has perfected across decades of practice. Marge is nearby. She is often nearby, has always been nearby, in the way that long marriages produce this specific kind of spatial awareness, the knowledge of where the other person is without having to look, the sense of their presence as a constant in the house's physics. They are the thing the show was about. They are the thing the show has always been about. A man and a woman in a yellow house in a town that doesn't appear on any map, trying to do right by their children and each other in a world that doesn't always make this easy, and mostly managing, in the imperfect and persistent way that love manages things. The show got a lot right about America, about its institutions and its failures, and its specific, durable gap between what it says it is and what it actually is. But the thing it got most right is this: that people are still people inside the systems that shape them. That love persists in contaminated water. That families hold together in underfunded schools and overcrowded hospitals and workplaces managed by men who cannot remember their employees' names. That the ordinary human warmth of people who have chosen each other is more durable than the systems that surround it, more durable than the satire that describes it, more durable than the 36 years of episodes that have attempted to capture it. Homer and Marge are still on the couch. They will be on the couch next week. They will be on the couch when you come back, whenever you come back, whether it is tomorrow, or next month, or years from now, when you remember this voice and this town and decide to return. Springfield will be here, the couch will be here, the family will be here, and the show bright-colored, funny, accurate, loving will be doing what it has always done, watching the ordinary world with clear eyes and finding it, in all its brokenness, worthy of this much sustained and careful and genuine attention. That is what it got right. That is what it has always gotten right. And that is where we leave it tonight. Rest well. You have been in Springfield, which means you have been somewhere you recognize, which means you have been, in some small sense, at home. And home, even a complicated home, even a yellow home, even a home in a town without a map is worth coming back to. Good night. There is one last thing to say about what the show got right, and it involves the act of watching itself. The act of attention that millions of people have directed at Springfield for more than 3 decades, and what that sustained attention means. When you watch something carefully for a long time, you enter into a relationship with it. The relationship is not reciprocal in the way that human relationships are reciprocal, but it is not entirely one-sided either. The work you bring to it, the attention, the recognition, the emotional investment shapes what you find there. People who have watched The Simpsons carefully, who have stayed with it through its best periods and its uneven ones, who have noticed the patterns and the consistencies and the recurring images and the emotional logic that runs beneath the comedy. These people have found something in it that casual viewing does not produce. They have found the diagnosis. They have found the love story. They have found the specific and durable portrait of American life that has been assembled episode by episode across more than 700 iterations. That finding is a collaborative act between the show and its audience. The show provides the material. The audience provides the attention. The meaning is produced in the space between. This is true of all serious art, but it is particularly true of long-form serialized storytelling, the kind of storytelling that extends across years and decades and that rewards the viewer who stays and notices and returns. The Simpsons has rewarded this kind of viewership. It has rewarded it with accuracy, with consistency, with the recurring pleasure of recognition, and with the specific generosity of a show that has always treated its audience as intelligent enough to notice what it is actually saying, rather than only what it is officially saying. The official story of The Simpsons is a comedy about a funny family in a funny town. The real story is everything we have been discussing tonight. The real story runs beneath the official one, accessible to anyone who watches with sufficient care, invisible to anyone who is only looking for the jokes. The jokes are also there. They are excellent. But they are the delivery mechanism, not the content. The content is the diagnosis. The content is the love. The content is the sustained, 3-decade act of attention to the lives of people who are trying to do right by themselves and each other in a world that makes this consistently, structurally, and sometimes beautifully difficult. You have been paying attention tonight. You have been in Springfield for a long time, and you have seen things that are worth seeing, and you have recognized things that are worth recognizing. That recognition is not nothing. It is the beginning of whatever comes next, the next episode you watch, the next institution you navigate, the next moment when you notice the gap between what something is supposed to do and what it actually does, and think, I've seen this before. The show told me about this. The show told you about it because it cared enough to look, and because looking carefully is the first act of any real understanding, and because understanding is the prerequisite for whatever comes after. Whatever comes after is up to you. Rest well.